what is the second part of the day here at Mondello Park for the Infinite Energy ICCR. Infinite Energy, the solar panel suppliers, which, as you can see right behind me there, over my shoulder, the solar panels here at Mondello Park and over on the museum as well. The sun literally just came out as we went live. We've had rain a couple of times this morning. It's made qualifying a little bit tricky, and some of the grids are a little bit upside down and left to right, and a lot of people qualifying where they shouldn't qualify, so that will give us some interesting racing later on. And right now we've got the ST Supercups on track, and we've got the excuse me, Precision Tinted Graphics Irish touring cars with them. You can see them in the background coming around Southside Motor Factory's corner because we're almost ready to go racing. We've also got Boss Ireland, Fiesta Zetecs, Fiesta STs, Monopostos, Legends, loads of action here today at Mondello Park. So let's go racing with the ST Supercups and Irish touring cars. So as we say, ITCC cars starting at the back of the STs here. STs, of course, have different level power ECUs. You can see that on the cars when they line up on the grid. So Max Turley is on pole position, and we've got a live onboard camera with Max Turley. But he's got 310 brake horsepower instead of 340 because he qualified on pole position. He'll get his power back for the second race as long as he doesn't win this one. Or he could try and hold them all back. Watch out for Stephen Wright alongside him. Very, very quick rally man, and he has made a wonderful transition to circuit racing. He's been very, very quick, and he's on the outside of the front row. Then it's Brian Berry and Barry English, Paul Power and Eddie Peterson, Dave Maguire and Adrian McNally, and Paul O'Brien right at the back. A huge engine rebuild on the Paul O'Brien car overnight. I saw that car with the head off it yesterday evening here in the paddock in Mondello Park. So well done to DOB Sports Cars and the team for getting that back up and running. In Irish touring cars right behind him, Cian Walsh and Rob Savage, incredibly quick drivers. Then Stuart Curran, Owen Drought, straight from the airport. He was at Andre Rio in Maastricht last night apparently, but he didn't qualify. He's done a few laps at lunchtime and he's getting ready to go. Away go the STs. The ITCC cars stay there. Then the slightly slower class, Stephen Martin, Oisin Clune, Ryan Stryker, and Michael Clune is there. Is he too? No, I don't see him. Got one car that's not showing on our grid street. No, sorry, Ian Stryker, Stephen Martin, Oisin Clune, and Ryan Stryker is the grid. They're getting ready to go. We've got two cars in the gravel already. Paul Power and Dave Maguire down to turn one. I wonder will they stall the start for the touring cars because of that. I suspect they might, they will. Red flag is out. The red flag is out just as Stephen Wright relieves Turley of the lead. They were side by side in the run to turn three, but the red flags are out. This race has been stopped. That really is the only disadvantage of having two different classes on the grid together. ITCC guys won't get their start because that will have to be cleared down at turn one. I think we may have one car out of the way. The rescue unit's already on the way down there as the rest of the cars slow down. There we are, on board with Max Turley. You can see the red sticker on the windscreen there, 310 brake horsepower. If you're watching this on the live timing, you'll see that as well. Timing.ie have added the power, so 310 for Turley, 320 for Wright, 330 for Brian Berry, and everybody else has 340 brake horsepower. A lot of power. They're very quick, factory built, left-hand drive touring cars, paddle shift. And they give us great racing. They're proper touring cars, give us great racing here at Mondello Park. The drivers weaving around trying to get heat into the back tyres as much as the front. They can be a little bit evil on cold back tyres. These STs, like any touring car, the STs can move around a little bit too much. They don't have much lock at all, so you've got to be right on your toes in the early laps. The sky looks very, very dark on the live stream there. That's I think is hopefully heading away from us. We might get rain in this one though. It's a little bit dark over the international loop as well, but let's wait and see. There's one of the Mondello Park snatch vehicles pulling Paul Power's car out. Everybody else weaving around furiously trying to get their a bit of heat into their tyres. So the Super Touring class, Cian Walsh, Rob Savage, Stuart Curran and Owen Drought. And Drought has not qualified, remember, in the golf, and new tyres didn't arrive apparently, so I think he's just hoping to get a finish. But that golf, as we saw before, if you watch this stream regularly, that golf is quicker than any of the Hondas in a straight line. But he's had braking problems with it, which makes it hard to stop into some of the really slow corners, and becomes a little bit of a handful as the race goes on. And the fact that his new tyres didn't arrive are not going to help that really, are they? But Cian Walsh, watch out for him. Incredibly quick in that black Civic, beautifully prepared car, and he really drives it well. Rob Savage is the reigning champion, and he's had some teething problems with that Campbell Motorsport built Accord, but I think it's all dialed out now, and it's very, very quick. And I'm not sure what the gap is between the touring cars and the STs, but if it's not substantial, those cars are capable of chasing down. Certainly some of the quicker touring cars are capable of chasing down the STs. So a little bit of confusion here as the STs are wondering how they're going to get by the ITCC cars. So yeah, they only really need to move Rob Savage, so they should be able to get by. Well, Stephen Wright's a rally man. He doesn't mind going across the grass on the outside. They'll probably all fit through there. They certainly do. Just having a quick chat with the grid marshal, Stephen Wright, but I'm assuming it's going back to the original grid positions. Dave Maguire has managed to get out of that, extract himself, and so has Paul Parr, and I think Paul Parr might be able to restart, which would be good. We don't ever like anybody not being able to make the start of a race. So Max Turley will take up his pole position once again. Indeed he does. The Pannonia car on pole position. Killy Heveland car alongside of Wright. And Brian Guerri's car run by Murray Motorsport, beautifully presented. Really enjoying his racing lately. Barry English on the outside. Barry English always very quick in these cars, ex-hot rod racer. Oval man then. Watch out for Eddie Peterson, the car in the third row of the grid. Peterson's car is like new. Eddie Peterson always right up there, and there's a little bit of work to do, and won't have been happy with qualifying. He's a multiple champion in auto testing before he came circuit racing. Then it's Dave Maguire. Adrian McNally, another rally convert who's been making great progress this year, 777. And then it's going to be Paul O'Brien and Paul Parr. Parr's car a little bit out of formation there. He's trying to get up onto row 3 there, I think, beside getting plenty of hand signals from Murray Motorsport. They've managed to get it through there, and the Parr car, complete with shoved in passenger door and sill, will start from row 3. So we should be good to go now. Barry English just needs to come forward just a little bit. So great grid, great view from Southside Motor Factory's corner of the grid there. The team's all standing well back. The pit wall cleared. Pit wall has to be cleared before every race starts, of course. Interesting that neither of the front 2 cars are right up on their marks. Something the junior minis were all trying to do. Green flag lap though. They're going to get another full warm-up lap. That'll take a while because it's the international circuit. So there we are on board. Look how aggressively he's weaving around, trying to get a little bit of heat into the tyres there as they go through Campion Corner, up through the gears now down towards turn 3. Down into what's normally the S's, this long left-hander, but it keeps going left now. Bridgestone corner right out to that exit curb where the school building is on the outside, and then up the hill towards the right-hand Lola corner and out onto the long back straight. So all weaving around trying to get a bit of heat. The tyres, slick tyres on all these cars. Even the touring, the slightly slower class in the touring cars on slicks this year. They had been on a treaded tyre. So expect a good battle between the 2 Hondas at the front of that one, unless Owen Dredd could split them off the line, but I don't think he's looking more for a finish today than a placing. So Andy Kavanagh joining us here in the commentary box. Andy, what was all that smoke from your Fiesta Zetec earlier on?
Well, unfortunately, a power steering hose decided to let go there about 2 laps in.
That's unusual enough, isn't it? I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, they're sort of rooted. It's a bit of a spaghetti junction under the bonnet of my car now, to be honest. And the spaghetti was in the wrong place, and the sauce came out. So yeah, so it was a bit of a disaster because I was going well. I would have hoped to have held 6th and then pole for race 2, but yeah, I slid in my own oil. Actually, was the thing. So yeah, and then. Sure, I didn't know what it was, decided to come in before things started blowing up,
So where are you going to start? Right at the back of the next race, is it?
I think, yeah, somewhere around Carlow or something like that, I think, yeah.
What's the plan?
To get to Dublin, really, no.
We've been keeping an eye on you on the live stream, Andy, the Miles Plus car.
Yes, yeah. The oil is back up now, topped up, so yeah, we're in good shape. Hopefully we'll be back in the pace now. And see
stuff, Andy Kavanagh, thanks for dropping up and letting us know. So we'll keep an eye on Andy. That's going to be even more action in Fiesta Siltec Safety, Fiesta Zetecs. Not that we need more action from them, but Andy's starting at the back, and you can be guaranteed he's not going to stay there for too long. So we're almost ready to go racing again on the live stream. It is young Max Turley on pole position. Great effort from him. Then it's Stephen Wright on the outside of the front row, Brian Berry, Barry English, Paul Parr, Eddie Peterson, Dave Maguire, Adrian McNally and Paul O'Brien. There are no slow drivers on that Sayed grid. Once they get away, we'll have a look at the touring cars. 5-second board for the second time. You can see some of them have the brake lights on and some don't. And away they go. And this time Turley gets a cracker. Oh, Barry English goes with them, and it's Wright who drops back, and Berry unfortunately being left on the grid. But Turley has made no mistakes despite the small ECU, and he leads the pack down into turn 1. A little bit of a help from Barry English, but just bumper to bumper really. That's good stuff from Turley. Is that Peterson up to 3rd place? I think it is, as he takes a bit of curve there. Look at Barry English now. He should be able to drive up alongside Turley, but Turley knows that and holds the inside line. But certainly he's got more straight line speed as Barry English as they head down towards turn 3. And the touring cars are away. Cian Walsh with a great start. Savage with him on the outside. Drought gets the better in the second row battle, and he pulls across, but some of the touring class cars already up with them. Some of them. Stephen Martin with a cracking start in that Castle replica livery, but say it's already climbing the hill towards Lola. Well, Max Turley containing this well, considering he hasn't got the ultimate power, but this is where he could pay for it. But he just so committed coming in there, takes a length and gets away. Peterson is up to 3rd place. Parr, I think it is. He's improved so much this year, Paul Parr. Really quick in these sayings. And they're down. Turley's good run through Lola Corner kept him that lead all the way down. Oh, on 2 wheels at 7A for Turley, ramps it up over the inside curb. And again at 7B, he has this car by the scruff of the neck. He's driving it like a Zetec Fiesta. He knows he's a little bit down on power, and he's trying to get every gap he can before they come to a straight. He's very quick through Bahrain's bends, to the right, to the left. Somebody's knocked one of the tyres in the centre there. That's McNally trying to get by Dave Maguire. They've done it. Maguire slowing there on the exit. He must have hit that those tyres. I wanted to do some damage, but Turley's pulling away here. It's a great first lap for him, Max Turley. He doesn't even have to defend into the final corner, right up onto that inside curb. These touring cars are built for that. They don't mind taking a bit of curb. And here we are out onto the main straight. Look at that paddle shift. The shift lights coming on as he goes under the bridge to grab another gear. They're very, very quick, these cars. Just 2 pedals, 1 for stop and 1 for go. He's on the stop one now and probably back on the go one around now. McNally leading the next group, but Parr looking very good here. And he's motored up to the back of Eddie Peterson's car. Look at Turley again onto the exit curb at Campion Corner. Not a particularly comfortable place to be. He doesn't care. He's thrown caution to the wind here to try and get away. Coming up out of turn 3 now. And back down towards the main arena. Well, the car moving around under him. Off the back of the car, let it go there as well. This is great to watch. You don't normally see these cars moving around, but Turley really having a go. So it's Turley, English, Peterson and Paul Parr. The gap back to McNally, who's going nice. Look at you can just see how committed he is. He chucks the car in and it bounces on around as it settles there before he gets back on the power. But that's got him another couple of lengths. He really is going well. Remember, he's on the small ECU, 310 brake horsepower. Barry English has 340, Eddie Peterson has 340, Paul Parr has 340. Doesn't bother him, and English goes a little bit wide, and Peterson almost has to sniff up the inside at 7B, but doesn't get it done on that occasion. There's Dave Maguire in the pits. Obviously it was him that made contact with something out there. They've got the front wheel off and they're having a look at the front suspension there as the rescue unit returns to the pit lane. That's English still holding off Peterson and Parr, but down the road is Max Turley. Cracking opening to this race for him. He'd be really happy with this if he can keep it up. He was a second to the good. He had fastest lap, of course, last time round, lap 1. Let's see what the flying lap is like. He's extended that lead, hasn't he, as they come across the line again. Great stuff from Turley. 150.3, 50.6 for Barry English, 50.595 for Peterson. Oh, fastest lap, Stephen Wright, 150.314. It's just 100 quicker than the leader, but it is quicker than the leader, so watch out for him. Yeah, he's next up. He's got by McNally. That's him, the red car, center of your screen. Fastest lap, Stephen Wright, the rally man. Somebody going slowly out of shot. That's Paul O'Brien, one of the Zetecs, coming into the pits. But that's second, third, fourth in the Zetecs we're looking at. So ITCC as well, and that's Owen Droughton. He's been crowded by the Hondas, but the Golf just drives away from them in a straight line. Saw this before, that car is so quick in a straight line, but he's just struggled with setup on it, and then it seems to be brakes. We thought it was the last one, it just looked like it didn't handle, but Owen's saying that after a few laps, it finds it very hard to get the car stopped, and that's what's stopping him getting into the apex. You can see it there, a clean run through Campion Corner, and it does just drive away from even the quickest of these Hondas. He's done it to Rob Savage, but those Hondas so well sorted and well driven, and they're way down the road. So Cian Walsh is just holding off Rob Savage, less than a second in and up the road. There's Drought again, not quite getting into that apex. Obviously early on in this one, 9 long minutes to go, 9:50, 10 minutes to go, and already it looks like the Golf becoming a little bit of a handful of it. So you can expect Ian Stryker maybe to get by him. He's a really quick driver. That beautifully turned out red Integra. Stephen Martin, Oisin Clune as well in there. Stephen Martin in the ex-Cathal Ward car, that one there with the retro Honda, retro Castrol livery on it, looks absolutely fantastic. So great battles all the way down. There's Stryker now beginning to close in on Drought, but he won't be able to do it on the back straight. That's a quick Integra, but just look at the gap opening up as the Golf GTI piles on the power. Ross Craig, garageman, goes uber defensive. He's not even any gap down the inside there at all. And the same again, tidy through 7B and then just stand on the go pedal and watch the Honda getting smaller in the rear view mirror. I make it sound very easy, I'm sure it isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars together coming through Bahrain's Bends, through the right and through the left. Cian Walsh still leading only just from Rob Savage up ahead, but they're way ahead of this group. Fastest lap is to Max Turley now into the 49s out front. That's where the Hondas begin, through the twiddly bits, the Hondas really begin to crowd the Golf. But again, you'll see when they come out onto the main straight. Drought holding the centre of the road in case someone takes a lunge up the inside. Once he gets to the apex, he should be safe. There you are, right to the inside again. He doesn't want to switch back either. Just watch this. That Integra got a much better exit. It should be alongside the Golf, but it's not. The Golf drives away again. I just look at the speeds. 162 for Drought, 156 for Stryker, but 162 also for Rob Savage. So the Honda's up front, and as one of them gets back on track, that's 433 is Ryan Stryker in the Civic with the big back wing. Just got out of shape coming onto the main straight there. So Drought still holding back Stryker. We're back to the lead of the Zetecs now, and still getting away out front. The fastest lap last time round. This is a great drive by Max Turley. I'd say I don't think I remember seeing, maybe when Holstein raced them, but you don't often see these cars being manhandled. They're usually quite really grippy, like they're on rails, but Turley bouncing the car out. There's your Irish Touring Car leader, Precision Tinted Graphics leader, Cian Walsh. It's an incredibly quick Civic, and the Campbell Motorsport Accord right behind it of the champion Rob Savage, reputed to have over 400 brake horsepower, supercharged 2.4 Honda engine, and Rob Savage absolutely loves it, drives it real well. They're closely matched, those two, and locking it back wheel is Barry English, and now the Peterson's cars, like New Machine of Eddie Peterson, beginning to clamber all over the back of him. They really use the curb there at Campion Corner, charging down. That was Dave McGuire in the foreground. I think he must be back on track. He is trying to recover. So English being a little bit defensive now, trying to hang on to that second place. Very defensive down into the second apex of turn 3. That allows Parr right up to the back of both of them again. But Stephen Wright is still coming at them. He was quicker than them all last time round. He did a 49.7 as his fastest, which is just a fraction off the fastest lap by the flying Turley out front. So Max Turley up over the crest and into Lola Corner. That gap just getting bigger and bigger. It's out to over 2 seconds now. Oh, that's Adrian McNally just going a little bit wide, and Berry trying to have a go at him on the way up the hill. They were side by side across the line last time as well. But Turley has left the chat, hasn't he? He's away down the road. It was 2 seconds. It's a bit more now, I think. Really still looks like he's pushing on. Taking loads of curb at 7B. Crucial corner, of course, because it brings you up the hill. And English a little bit slower on the way out, but immediately moves to defend. And Peterson nowhere to go, really. Went left and right, but couldn't get alongside. Bounced the car through Bahrain's bends. Hard on the brakes, down through the paddle shift gearbox here. It's a DSG box, actually. But it works particularly well in these cars. And English goes wide, and that allows Peterson alongside. He's going to try and switch back, but he can't because Parr is on the inside, so he's got to sit round the outside. Parr almost got alongside, but Peterson gets a run right round the outside. Eddie Peterson, but can't quite get it done. Has to get back in behind Barry English. So it's Turley, English, Peterson, Parr, Stephen Wright, and Wright has caught them. Look at this at the back of the group. Oh, and he's got alongside Parr already, but gets shoveled off for his efforts. So Stephen Wright absolutely flying. He did a personal best last time around, 49.726, which is just 100th off the fastest lap. So he's got plenty of pace. And Wright, remember, has a smaller ECU. He's 320 brake, so he's 20 brake horsepower down on these 3 cars that he's just caught. But at 310 brake horsepower, Turley is leading by 2.6 seconds. So Wright just regrouping there and trying to close back down on them again. Balls. Peterson still having a go, but Barry English just containing him. Oh, and a little bit of contact there. Peterson into the back of Barry English. Barry wasn't too keen to get on the power there because he didn't want an overlap. Didn't want Peterson getting a switch back there, and Eddie wasn't for lifting out. So a little bit of square on contact at the back, and Barry had to put a bit of opposite lock on and keep it pinned, and Eddie didn't press the issue. So they're really having a go though. Peterson there right into the back of him again through the long left-hander. Look at Max Turley. This is incredible. Out to 2.6 seconds last time, and Peterson almost gets alongside, but Barry English is nothing if not brave, and he just throws the car in across the bows of Peterson as if there was nobody there. Here's Wright again, up the outside on the brakes of Parr. Parr just drives out to the curb as he did the last time. Wright knew that was going to happen this time, so didn't have a go. No chance of getting alongside in the straight because he hasn't got the power. He'll have a go on the brakes though, and here he comes down the outside again. Doesn't want to be sitting around the outside though. We saw what happened when he got up the inside the last time, but that's the outside for the next corner. Campion, they go through it there. Some of the touring cars in the foreground there, just not for that far ahead of them. So as the Zetecs head back up the hill, we'll see what's happening with the Precision Tinted Graphics Irish Touring Cars. Here they are, and there's Cian Walsh just ahead of Rob Savage. This is a good battle, and they've been driving qualifying laps since the start. Those two absolutely side by side almost on the main straight. Here they are again. Walsh got a little bit of a gap. In fact, that's a massive gap by the standards they've had all through this race, because Rob Savage, is Savage slowing? I think he might be. He is. That gap's just doubled. Watch the second car here behind it. That's the leader, Cian Walsh, that beautifully prepared EP3 Civic. But watch out for the Campbell Motorsport built car. No, it hasn't. It's come right back up to him again. Rob Savage had trouble with this car when the weather got really hot. It was going into limp mode and slowing down. It looked like it slowed there, but certainly got a great run down towards turn 3. But that gap has definitely increased on this lap. Cian Walsh sells and Performance Honda parts, and he has every one of them on this car. It sounds absolutely superb, that Civic. I was on the pit wall when he was testing it recently, and great to watch. There's the Zetecs in the background. We could watch both from the same camera angle. Well, Walsh keeps it really tight in there for as long as he can, and that Civic is definitely beginning to ease away now. Last time around, 52.1 and a 52.5, and the gap was just a second. I think it's going to be a little bit more when they get around there this time, although there's certain places where Rob Savage pulls it back. Look at the lead that Turley has now with 1 minute 59 to go, and Paul O'Brien rejoining, but making sure everybody gets by. Always the gent, doesn't want to get involved with the leaders. Max Turley being held up there by a touring car, but he should be able to get by that on the way down to turn 3, although some of these Hondas are incredibly quick in a straight line. The Zetecs have superb brakes and grip, of course. They're proper touring cars, and he gets by that car on the way down. That's Clune, I think. Gets in front of it. It's a little bit of traffic for him to deal with, but not too much. That is indeed, it's Oisin Clune. In the touring class, he's second in the touring class. Ryan Stryker leading that touring class from Oisin Clune, and Steve Martin in third. A little bit of rain coming now on the commentary box window as Turley makes another place. Owen Wright's got by par. There he is, the red car ahead of the black car as they come out of the S's and head up the hill there in the background. So Stephen Wright has made up a place. He's come from well back. He had a really bad start. It's been a great recovery. He's just gone dark there on the camera out on the international loop, and the rain beginning to come down. So the Zetecs are going to get traffic here, and that's when Wright will try and pounce. Turley is away down the road, 43 seconds on the clock. He might get another lap. Windscreen wipers on the cars now as they head down the main straight. The rest of them out on the loop, but there's contact between two of the Hondas just as the Zetecs come up to lap them, but they stay to the inside. That's good stuff. Let the Zetecs around the outside, which they should all be able to do. It's a little bit crowded out there. They're all having their own race, remember. So they're staying apart anyway, which is great. Peterson, oh, Wright goes up the inside. Wright trying to, but he's lost a place actually by doing that, because Parr made the best of it. And Parr now looking down the inside of Eddie Peterson. Peterson just gives them just about enough room, a little bit of elbowing, and they come out together, but Peterson on the outside and Parr on the inside. And this is the final lap. The clock goes to 0 now. Wipers on all the cars. They're all on slick racing tires. Every car out there is on slick racing tires. Peterson holds the inside. That's Dave Maguire just trying to get to the finish, obviously limping around with a problem with that car. So two cars giving us issues. That's Dave O'Brien and Paul O'Brien and Dave Maguire, which is a shame, but they are still circulating. So this is the battle now for third place. Barry English appears to have eased away. I think he has. That's him coming up over the crest. He made great work in the traffic. And Peterson, Parr and Stephen Wright. So the battle is for the final step on the podium here. This man's in a class of his own today, qualified on pole. He absolutely ragged the car for the first few laps, firing it around, and just pulled away despite having that. And it is on the international track. That's Peterson. That's Peterson pulled in. That's our third place man. Whatever's happened, that's such a shame. On the final lap, Eddie Peterson is going to retire. But Peterson, always a championship contender. That's absolute disaster for Eddie Peterson. So Max Turley goes through. Look at the lead he has. I'm very impressed with that drive today. Oh, right down the outside. They've all locked up on a wet track. And Wright's just gone off backwards. Barry English managing to hold them all off. He was under big attack. That was it. Just they all going for the same piece of tarmac and going in late in the brakes, and around he went. There's Owen Drought coming onto the main street, still fighting off some of the Hondas. He's got one of them behind him. So Ian Stryker's done a personal best there. He got by Owen Drought a couple of laps ago. But Cian Walsh and Rob Savage way up the road. And here comes Turley. Down the inside, a teammate Dave Maguire is just trying to get to the flag. Now that is a really impressive victory, and he is delighted as he weaves across the start-finish line. Great stuff from Max Turley there. Could have been a lot different if it kept going, so they would have been in big trouble, some of those cars. Slick racing tires. Here we're on board. Look at that punch in the air. That's great to see that. Don't you love it? He's punching the air. I'm waving at the marshals and everything. Everyone will be delighted with that one back in Murray Motorsport Camp when he gets in there. So Max Turley takes it from Barry English, Paul Parr, Brian Berry, Adrian McNally, a good drive to 5th. We're missing Peterson, we're missing Wright. And then it's going to be Cian Walsh. Here he comes. He's coming up to the final corner. He'll come into shot now. And he's driven away from Rob Savage in the final laps here. This is him. And the Civic, great sound effect as he goes by the camera here. Takes the win, popping and banging as he lifts off there. And next up is going to be Rob Savage, reigning champion. They've left everyone else far behind in the touring cars. Paul O'Brien will come down to take his checkered flag. He's a couple of laps down, but he just wanted to finish, I think. They've had a really bad weekend with that car. They've done great work to get it running. So waiting to see the rest of the touring cars now. It's going to be Stryker and Drought, I think, next up. Hear that screaming Integra of Ian Stryker before you can see it. That's a great shot of it going up the hill there to Southside. And here comes roaring across the line. Great stuff, and that's that's a win for Striker in the touring class. And there's Owen Drought, who'll take 3rd place in the Super Touring class, which won't help him in his quest. He was leading the championship coming into this one. We'll have to do the sums and see where they are for the next one. But I know he's hoping for rain for race 2. As we said, the tyres didn't arrive. So great entertainment, great stuff from the ITCC and from the Say It Supercup guys. So let's have a look at the results. There we go. Say It Supercup, Max Turley in a class of his own, it's got to be said. He won that race by 12 seconds. Then Barry English in 2nd place. Paul Parr, good run to 3rd place. Brian Berry in 4th. Adrian McNally in 5th. And then Cian Walsh takes the ITCC win and Super Touring honours as well from Rob Savage. Then Ian Striker takes the touring class and Owen Drought 3rd in Super Touring. And then Eddie Peterson showing next up, but he was actually a lap back. And Oisin Clune in touring, Ryan Striker in touring. And Stephen Martin we lost unfortunately early on in that one, that beautiful Castrol livery car. So they'll all be back out on track later on. And let's see if we can have a look back at what happened down into 7A towards the end when all the Sayets piled into the gravel trap, or almost. Here it comes. Okay, let's have a look at this now. We're slowing it down. It's Stephen right down the outside the back. Let's go. Looks like he pulled the handbrake. They don't have one. Barry English almost lured in on the brakes and almost went with him. Barry English got it stopped. Parr had nowhere to go. He was on the outside of English, so he had to go wide. So that's what happened there. So right down the outside of everybody on the brakes. Looks like he got it done. The back end got away. Shower rain out on the international loop. We can see that. It's darker out there than it is on the national track. And that just caught them all out. But great entertainment in that saloon car race at Mondello Park. Do you want me to talk it in? So Boss Ireland will be next out, but they haven't come out of the garages just yet, so we'll take a quick commercial break. And the paddock buzzing down below us with all sorts of drivers and teams are all over at Park Ferme talking to their Say It and Irish touring car drivers. So a busy paddock here at Mondello Park. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with Boss Ireland.
out. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Roger, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
So we're back, and it's Formula Boss out on track. Connolly's top line, Boss Ireland Championship is the official name on it, and Tony Greenan, as ever, on pole position. Incredibly quick driver, beautifully presented Formula 3 car, always goes well. He's on pole position. Michael Connolly alongside, Carl O'Brien, Noel Robinson, Michael Roach, Mark Reed, Kaylee Cole, Daniel Flaherty, Martin Daly, and Gary Graham, I think, had an off in qualifying, so I don't think he's out there. He's not. So 9 cars going to start this one. So here they come down onto the grid. That's Tony Greenan, the left-hand side on pole position. Michael Connolly alongside. Beautifully presented machine. Connolly's top line machine. Then Carl O'Brien, the car that he raced in Monoposto yesterday, goes very well in Monoposto in this car. Dominated the race, the Monoposto race yesterday. Noel Robinson, Northern Ireland visitor, alongside him. Mark Reed, incredible qualifying from him. Oh, somebody moving at the back. That's Katie Cole. Away they go. Mark Reed gets a great start. There's a lot of F3 machinery in his way. Lee Stone's continuing to impress at Mondello Park. It's Greenan. It's Greenan from Connolly who goes down the outside, and that's Noel Robinson having a look at him, and Mark Reed is all over them in the little motorbike engine. Lee Stone, this is great stuff from Reed. You'd expect it. He's always feisty. He gets alongside Connolly there in the run down to turn 3. Not sure what's happening there. We're back. It's Connolly there with Reed in the Selco machine right behind him. Then Carl O'Brien, another F3 car. Michael Roach, but Greenan has disappeared down the road. He's absolutely gone. And 2 Monoposto cars there, wheel to wheel, as Mark Reed getting driven wide by two of the quicker cars just driving by him on the way up the hill. Nothing he can do about that. Commitment is no good on the straights. It's good on corners though. Here he comes again. Reed just flings the car into Lola corner in an effort to stay with those cars in front, but they just get away again as they do on the way down to 7A and B. So Tony Greenan already checked out at the front. Noel Robinson getting way out of shape there on cold tires as he came through Bahrain's bends. That's Carl O'Brien's been doing so well in the UK last couple of years. Very quick young driver. Greenan and a class of his own right out to the outside, full racing line. He's got a massive lead at the end of lap 1. Big lock up from Connolly there. Doesn't quite get into the apex. Come charging down the straight now. You can see Robinson looking in the mirrors to see if this bigger car is coming at him. Michael Roach next up, Carl O'Brien, Mark Reed, and Cayley Cole and Martin Daly and Daniel Fardy. So Robinson's got away a little bit. Roach has just got ahead of Carl O'Brien. Carl O'Brien sniffing around the back of him though as they come down to the S's. Battle really for third place here. Connolly holding off these two smaller F3 cars. So Tony Green in a Dallara F317 Mercedes engine. Formula 3 car down the inside goes Roach and around. Unlucky not to clip one of the other cars there. Reed is next along, then Martin Daly. Quick spin there for him. That's broken up that battle just a little bit. So Connolly in second place now in the Dallara World Series. Big 3.5 litre machine, and it just rockets away from Carl O'Brien in the 2 litre Dallara F311. So the F3 car doesn't really have on the straights, but it's very good around the twiddly bits, whereas those Dallara World Series look like a bit of a handful at Mondello Park. Very quick in a straight line. Hugely powerful cars. Great to have them here as well, but the F3 car seems to be the thing to have in Boss at the moment. So Robinson clear in second place, Green in 12 seconds to the good up the road. Robinson in second, then we're watching this battle for third, Michael Connolly and Carl O'Brien. Carl O'Brien trying really hard in this F3 Dallara. Mark Reed still showing in picture there at the bottom of the shot. Just can't quite stay with the big cars. I think it was on the national track Reed might have a go at them. Fires that little car around. It's very quick, but it's just a little bit breathless by its very nature. It's a small motorbike engine out on this international loop. Fastest lap to Tony Green in 132.682. Sorry for the silence, just checking the lap records there. Dan Daly, I think this might be out of date. Dan Daly is the lap record, but I think that might have been broken before. It was a 32.2. Last lap at the moment, 32.6. Connolly goes by again. Still in third place, Carl O'Brien not too far away. On the grass on the outside, the way down to turn 3. That's allowed O'Brien up to third place. It's all gone a little bit spaced out in this one now. inch perfect there for Carl O'Brien. Gets both apexes perfectly. Again through Bahrain's bends. Really is at one with this car. I was watching him testing it on Friday, and joy to watch Carl O'Brien out in the international loop. I was down at 7A and B for some of testing, and he was clearly quicker than the other Monoposto cars, and he's not embarrassing himself with these more modern F3 cars either. I think he's closing down. Could he be closing down Noel Robinson? I think he might be, you know. Let's have a look. 38-1 for Robinson, 37 dead for Carl O'Brien. He is closing him down. So Carl O'Brien, you can see him flicking the car as he comes down to the end of the main straight there. That's Martin Daly has got by Mark Reed. Just drives away the big 3.5 litre engine. Here they come down into the first corner. Kaylee Cole in there too. That car's incredibly quick, the little Jedi that she drives. In fact, if we have a look at the speeds, she's done 177.9 through the speed trap, 168 for Mark Reed. It's way quicker than Reed's car. It's quicker than some of the F3 cars. Motorbike engine Jedi car, and it's just so quick in a straight line. Here's Martin Daly now through turn 3. Reed trying to get back up to him, but he just won't have the power in a straight line. Back down into the long left-hander now, Bridgestone. Michael Roach is bearing down on all three. Here he is in the F3 car at the back of this group. Roach on a charge. Connolly's car is parked up, in fact, at the back gate of the paddock. But watch out for the black car. There we go. So they're all beginning to bunch up there. Martin Daly being crowded through the twisty bits by Mark Reed. Roach of the Dallara F306 has just motored up to the back of this group, and he's down the inside of Kaylee Cole. Doesn't get it done on that occasion. Owen Reed looking to have a sniff at Martin Daly. Reed could be in trouble here with Kaylee Cole straight line speed. Here they come out onto the main straight. Yeah, the Jedi clearly quicker, but the F3 car is going to have a look at both of them. There's no track in the way, and Roach down the inside on the brakes. Gets down the inside of Kaylee Cole. They're side by side on the way out. She just hangs on to it through Campion corner. I'm sure he'll have another go. Martin Daly watching all this in his mirrors, no doubt. Yeah, he's got by Cole now at turn 3. Roach next on his shopping list will be the Works Leastone of Mark Reed. I'd imagine he'll be able to get a run on them up the hill here once they come through Bridgestone. Oh, and the car moving around under him. He doesn't mind that. A little bit of opposite lock there mid-corner. Eager to get back on the bar and have a go at the next car on his list. So Mark Reed will be checking the mirrors. He won't get him here, I don't think, because Reed is very quick through here. But the F3 car is more downforce. Gets alongside on the exit, and he'll do it surely on the back straight. It's exactly what he does. Down into 7A and B now. Reed tries to close him down. Martin Daly's gone in a bit deep there. They've both gone right up to him. Through Bahrain's bends now. Martin Daly under pressure from Roach. Looking for a gap. Will he get down the inside here? Not sure. And here's this battle for second place now. Carl O'Brien has caught Noel Robinson. Great drive by Carl O'Brien. And Robinson has to go defensive down into turn 1. This is great stuff. The two F3 cars. Oh, very defensive on the exit as well. He's very experienced Formula Ford 1600 racer for many years, and he covered that perfectly on the way out there. He wasn't letting O'Brien get a run at him. Now they're out of turn 3. O'Brien very quick through the first apex. A little bit of flame from the exhaust of Noel Robinson's car as he comes down the gears. Robinson was entered in a Dallara World Series, but running an F3 car. Pretty equally matched now as they head up the road, up the hill to Lola corner. Through that long right-hander. That's where the F3 cars, the more modern F3 cars, are so quick, and he gets away a little bit there. Robinson, let's see where Carl O'Brien gets it back, because he's been quick around a lap. Oh, he gets it back on the brakes. Takes a lot of time on the brakes, almost right up to the back wing of the more modern car there. Through the second apex again. O'Brien is very quick through there. We said that earlier. almost within striking distance now as they come through the right and left. Gets a good run through Bahrain's bends. Robinson has it covered, but O'Brien doesn't mind going down the outside. It switches back to the inside, but there's no room there. The global car just slams the door shut. It was take to the grass or lift off, so he had to lift out of it there, but I don't think that's finished just yet as they head up towards the final corner. And flames again spitting from the back of Noel Robinson's car. Great run through the final corner, puts O'Brien right in the slipstream as they come out onto the main straight. Robinson's car quicker, but not by much in a straight line. He pulls a length or two as they come through there. The gap opens out a little bit now as they go through Campion corner and down towards turn 3. Once again, O'Brien closer as they go through that long left-hander. But he's using the curbs on the way out. He really is having a go. This is where Robinson just eased away a little bit through the quick right-hander. It's a long, fast corner. Not so much this time. O'Brien hanging on there, going right out to the edge of the track, and it does in fact get Robinson a little bit away again, but not by much. Just 2.5 minutes to go in this one. This is the battle for second place. Tony Greenan, remember, way up the road, leading by must be half a minute at this stage. We'll see when they get to the line, because he's already gone through to start another lap. He's done a best lap with 1:32.269. That's 7 seconds quicker than these guys lapped last time round. There's your fastest lap, Tony Greenan in the Dallara F317. He's very, very quick in this class. He won the championship last year. He looks good here, and off goes the third place man. And a bit of Dukes of Hazzard there on the outside, right across, just hit some of those bumps on the outside. That is probably sorted, hopefully it hasn't done damage, but I'm sure that sorted the battle for second place. But it really was a brave effort by Carl O'Brien. Very impressive stuff before that. Just got a little bit of obstacle block mid-corner. By the time he got it, he was going out wide, and it's just not that. It's a little bit bumpy as we saw out there. Everything looks okay. 4 wheels pointing roughly the right direction, so here's this battle again. Martin Daly's got ahead of the two smaller ends of the cars. Mark Reed looking in the mirror. Kaylee Cole comes at him on the straight. She pulls out to go by, but Reed later on the brakes down into turn 1 and holds on to that position as they get turned in. Martin Daly just easing away from them both just a little bit there. He's got past them both in the last few laps. And to turn 3, just 55 seconds on the clock now. That's Greenan going through. In fact, that's him on his last lap, the leader. These three still scrapping away. Just 8 cars still running in this one. Reed gets a little bit sideways. Surely the Jedi will be able to get by on the straight here. Gets the run again, but Reed holds the centre of the road. Martin Daly comes through. Yeah, the Jedi gets all the way alongside. Nothing Reed can do now. Tries to tuck in behind it. That's up a place for Kaylee Cole to 6th. Down to 7A and 7B. Martin Daly beginning to ease away from these two now. The leader is out on his last lap. This is the scrap on the track at the moment. Martin Daly has got away. Mark Reed fighting back here, closing down. Kaylee Cole through the corner. Through that quick corner, took a little bit of time. He's down the outside on the brakes now. There's nothing he can do, as we know, in a straight line. Well, she misses the apex. He gets to the apex. He gets alongside, gets a much better exit, but that Jedi's just quicker in a straight line. Drives by again. Great battle between these two. There's our leader. He's almost coming up behind them. Tony Greenan, such is his domination. So pole, fastest lap, and yet another win. Great stuff from the Northern Ireland driver. Really impressive. Tony Greenan in a class of his own. Great stuff from Greenan. Noel Robinson will be next across the line for second place. And Reed appears to have got that place back. There he is. And there's Cole down into the S's. So that's all stretched out as well, and this is the final lap. Still waiting for someone to come and take second place. Tony Green will be changed into civvies back in the paddock. He was incredibly quick in that race, 32.2. Here's Robinson, good drive from him, good stout defensive drive from him when Carl O'Brien closed him down. And Carl O'Brien closing him down again. Good comeback drive again from Carl O'Brien as they come down, take the checkered flag. No, Robinson takes second. Carl O'Brien very impressive in third place. It's going to be Michael Roach next up. There's a Selco.ie car of Mark Reed. Great weekend for Leastone, it's got to be said. 1-2 in the Monoposto race. It looks like Reed's going to come sixth in this one. There's Michael Roach crossing the line now. And Martin Daly. Reed all over the curb, still pushing hard, still thinking he might catch that car in front. He's late on the brakes. The car moving around under him into the apex, right out to the exit curve. Martin Daly will love that. He loves a good race, and he had a scrap with those earlier on. Daly goes through, Reed goes through. And Katie Cole choosing to take the pit lane. There must be a problem with that car. It's a shame. She only had to get as far as the finish line there. That was the final corner. But she's come in the pit lane. That's a shame. Well, there's your results. Tony Greenan takes a dominant victory by 53.953 seconds from Noel Robinson. Carl O'Brien, a great run in that older Delara at the third place. Michael Roach, great recovery drive, number 46 in the F306 Delara, older again. Then Martin Daly, Mark Reed. I think that's all the finishers. Katie Cole came into the pits. We didn't get Daniel Fardy or Michael Connolly to the finish, but they will be back out on track later on. The Connolly's Top Line Boss Ireland Championship. Fastest cars here today. So next up we will be going legend racing again. These little motorbike engined saloon cars. Great entertainment all weekend. They gave us brilliant racing yesterday. They've done the same today, and I don't expect that to change. They're already in the pit lane. The BMW Ireland safety car with the flashing lights ready to lead them out the track, just waiting for the last of the Boss Ireland cars to come back in the pit lane. So thumbs up for the BMW Ireland safety car. That's an M2 competition. You can drive that car here at Mondello Park if you want. Just log on to mondellopark.ie and have a look at the driving experiences. 460 brake horsepower, incredibly quick car. You can drive it at high speed around the circuit here. We also have a fleet of Porsche Caymanesses, single-seater Formula Shanes, loads of other cars. Early drive, if you're not old enough to drive, you can get it. Come down and do the electrified by Opel, the electric Opel Corsas. Lovely little cars to drive, very quick as well actually, although that's not the idea. It's all about road safety. But there's something for everyone here at Mondello Park. So if you want to do that, just get online and get a voucher. You could be driving this BMW, this actual BMW M2 competition around the Mondello Park track. So looking back from that at the Legends, let's have a look at the grid for the Legends. It's Evan Curran going to start on pole position from Seamus Ryan. Evan Curran's car, very distinctive, commentator's dream, brightly coloured car, very different to the rest. Evan Curran went well earlier on, so watch out for him. Seamus Ryan, very experienced alongside. Then Richard Spence, Michael Barrable, who has been a little bit off form today by Michael Barrable's lofty standards. Scott Jackson next up, very quick. Sylvie Bartlett, bit of a point to prove after the last race, loads of pace. Then Willie Lawrence, Lee Malone, Derek Hogan and Dennis O'Glambert. So that's our grid. They're already out on the international loop. Motorbike engine, threaded tyres, not a whole lot of grip by design. They're very famous around the world, huge in America, these cars. Run them in the UK quite a lot. In fact, Paul O'Brien has been bringing the Irish team across to the UK races. They've done British touring car support races. They've taken quite a few wins. Rob Barrable going really well, and some of the most entertaining TV races you've seen. You should search, they're worth searching for on YouTube. The Brands Hatch one was particularly good, and Paul telling me the race last week was equally as impressive. But he does a super job. His team is really, really good, and they present the cars really well and run them well too. There's Mark Quinlivan, I think, with the box hat on down at the end there, down at 7B. Taking a few photos. So they're all weaving around. Derek Hogan in that distinctive pink car, the Pink Panther as he calls it, at the back. And Dennis O'Glambert in that beautiful royal blue, bright blue coloured car at the back. He's a new addition to the grid. He's got the van-shaped body, or the saloon, as opposed to a coupe-shaped body on the car. With two of those out, Sylvie Bartlett and himself. The rest of them are all coupe shapes. Makes no difference. You can have a choice. So the lights are off on the BMW safety car. It's come back in the pit lane, and it's grid formation now for the Irish Legends as they come down to start their second race of the day. So Curran leads them down. Seamus Ryan on the outside. They're watching the starter and watching the lights. Michael Barrable in the second row of the grid. Everybody spreads out. Bartlett looking for a run on the outside there, but they're pretty much still in grid formation as they head down towards turn one. Ryan a little bit later on the brakes, tries to get across the bows. I think he might have done it, but Curran comes back at him on the exit of the corner. They're neck and neck now, heading for Campion. Oh, and round the outside goes Curran. That was committed stuff. Takes the lead back around the outside, having briefly lost it. So he leads Barrable up to third place. Now I have no doubt, knowing Michael Barrable and Peter Barrable, that they would have been screwing around with the car and changing shocks and right heights or whatever they do on Legends, because they run the car really well. And just as I say at the commentator's curse, off goes Michael Barrable, spins off on his own. Somebody else is off on the outside. Little bit of contact for Barrable while he was going around. He should be okay, and I'd imagine he'll be able to restart, but just a long lazy spin down into 3B, very unlike Michael Barrable. But he's been running well in these cars so far, but he's not having a great day today. His up a place or two is the Pink Panther, and I think that's is that Spence with him? The orders that went by was Curran and Seamus Ryan in the front row of the grid. They're still there. Safety car is out. Scott Jackson 99 that was, who's trying to get by the Pink Panther. We're on board with the safety car now as it leaves the pit lane. The rescue unit being dispatched at the same time. We've got a car off somewhere. I'd say that is that Michael Barrable's car down at turn 3. Did he get stuck down there after he spun around? We're speculating here, but I think we'll be able to have a look at that in a few minutes time. We'll see where they follow the recovery truck, and we'll see where it goes to, but I'm nearly sure it's turn 3. It is. There are waved yellows on the entrance to turn 3. It must be Michael Barrable. That's a shame. I think there might have been a car in the gravel on the outside as well. Willie Lawrence, was it? I think so. Don't see him in that group. There's Barrable at the back. Must be Willie Lawrence then down at turn 3. Safety car waiting for them on the main straight. They'll get into formation behind that. And out of the commentary box, actually, I can see the flashing lights of the rescue unit down at turn 3. So it is Michael Barrable's car they're tending. No, it's not Michael Barrable's car, but they're actually at the second apex at turn 3. So they must have pulled the car out. There it is. That is 77, as I thought it's Willie Lawrence. So getting that car back across the gravel trap. Sure what happened there. Quick picture of me in the commentary box looking at timing sheets. So the car being recovered, 77 there of Willie Lawrence, and just staying off track there on the way back down as the rest of the pack streams through behind the safety car. And it's raining now suddenly and quite heavily, as you can see the spots on the cameras there. That'll make it very tricky for these cars. They're a little bit of an art to driving them. They've got direct drive. They don't have a diff in the back, so their tendency is to understeer, and you have to use a lot of different techniques to get the cars turned in, and that will be accentuated in wet conditions, especially seeing as they're running full dry setup, I would imagine. because it didn't look like it was going to rain when they left the pit lane. So lights off on the safety car, and it's time to go back racing. Now Evan Curran will control the pace, and they can get back to whatever speed he dictates, but they can't overtake until the start line. He's still weaving around. He's not going back to full racing speed just yet, but you can't overtake until you cross the start finish line. That was made very clear in driver's briefing yesterday morning and this morning again. He's done a good job there. Got the drop, and he's got himself a few lengths as they go across the line. Seamus Ryan caught napping a little bit, almost a second back as they crossed the line there. It's beautifully done by Evan Curran. Gets a nice early turn in to get to the apex. Some of them right out to the outside. Bartlett right round the outside on the white line almost, and sideways on the way off the corner. See a lot of drivers searching for grip out on the outside line and not on the conventional racing line when it rains here at Mondello Park. But Evan Curran looking very strong here. That was a second as he went by the start finish line. It's more, I would imagine, now. Bartlett in third place looking good. Then Lee Malone is up a place already. He's got by Richard Spence. Somebody else down the inside there as well. I think that's 99 Scott Jackson. Evan Curran looking good. Only a minute and 42 to go on this one. I would imagine this could be their last lap, you know. All just balancing the car in the throttle. The only one getting out of shape really there was Bartlett. It didn't hold him back. He got away a little bit from Spence. Where's that Malone behind him? We'll see when they come through here. And again, you'll see a lot of adjustments on the steering wheel, and look at the leader there getting out of shape and just holding on to it. Bartlett happy to have a look around the outside and an armful of opposite lock. He's loving these legends, Sylvie Bartlett. Unfortunately, that cost him a little bit of pay. In fact, 2 places up that time. That's Lee Malone from well back. Lee Malone, great stuff. A cracking run through Lola corner, and that's what happened there. Looked like he was way quicker in a straight line, but actually that was just a great run through Lola, which is difficult to do. Your temptation is to open the throttle, but the car will just go sideways. You've got to balance it on the throttle all the way through that corner, especially in the wet. And he did it to perfection and drove straight by Ryan and Bartlett then on the exit, and they're not slow. Ryan goes a little bit wide there at Bahrain's Benz, and that allows Malone to get away again. 38 seconds to go. Bartlett being sent wide there as he tries to have a look around the outside. That's what we spoke about. You could see visibly see the understeer there. But actually, once he got it turned in, he got a reasonably good exit, and he's motoring up behind Ryan again now. And this is a big charge on the final lap. The leader had a bigger gap than that a couple of corners ago. Bartlett thinking of a look down the inside. We might get another lap, you know. There's 17 seconds still to run here. I'm not sure. I'm watching down below me. Yeah, no checkered flag. Got another lap. 8 seconds to go. Around goes Dennis O'Glambert on the way up the Southside Motor Factors corner, but I was busy looking down at the starter there, and he unrolled the checkered flag and then rolled it up again, put it away for later. 1 lap still to go. Another spinner, that's Seamus Ryan on the exit of turn 1. I did say it was going to be very difficult for these cars. They're tricky to drive in wet conditions. So Curran now would have had a relatively comfortable win, but he's got another lap to do to hold back Lee Malone, who looks incredibly quick. But he's balancing the gap nicely. This is a good drive from Evan Curran, isn't it? In fact, he's opened the gap slightly, I think. It looked like Malone was charging up to him, but still a long way to go in this one, in this lap. Long run around the outside there. 66 Richard Spence just coming in the back gate. That's a shame. 2 very different lines being used by Curran and Malone there on the way up the hill. Then it's Bartlett. Bartlett's got Scott Jackson all over him. They're squirming around a lot, aren't they? Bartlett going slightly wide there on the exit. But Evan Curran looking perfectly comfortable on the brakes down into 7A. Gets into the apex, doesn't go straight on. So easy to slide straight on there in that weather. You're coming from very high speed and it's quite greasy, as you can see. Bartlett trying everything to get that third place back. Wants a podium finish in this one. Just a few corners to run now. The checkered flag this time is being unfurled below us. Scott Jackson there getting it out of shape but controlling it beautifully. Bartlett behind him. So it's Curran Malone. Jackson and Bartlett the order. Curran right up over that inside curb, as indeed is Malone, who drifts out onto the exit curb there at Nordic Spirit corner. Curran turning in quite early, trail braking to get it into the apex and then just easing on the power. Look at the back of the car moving around. He'd be delighted with this one. That's a really impressive drive for Evan Curran. Takes the checkered flag and takes a fine win at Mondello Park. Charging drive to second place for Lee Malone, and a great scrap between these two. And just taking third place is Scott Jackson from Sylvie Bartlett right with him. Michael Barrable next up, despite that spin early on. He moves up a place in the last lap for fifth ahead of Richard Spence. And Derek Hogan goes by next in the Pink Panther. So we're missing Seamus Ryan, I think. And Dennis O'Glambert, he had a spin just a lap ago, but he's still running. He'll be next across the line. He's just coming up the Southside Motor Factory's corner now. There you go, Dennis O'Glambert comes across the line. Just 8 cars running at the end of that one, but very tricky conditions. Great entertainment as ever from the Irish legends. Next up will be the budget tin tops. You can see them on the right of your screen in the paddock. There's the results. Evan Curran and takes a rookie win and an overall win. Lee Malone next up. Scott Jackson, Sylvie Bartlett, Michael Barrable, Richard Spence, Derek Hogan, Dennis O'Glambert, and then Seamus Ryan and Willie Lawrence didn't get to the flag in that one. So as I was saying, you can see the Fiesta Zetecs there. Biggest grid of the day on the right hand side of the paddock. Neil Murphy with the flashing lights on the Siltec safety Fiesta Zetec van. He will lead them round on their formation lap as he did earlier. So I think there's 29 or 30 of these cars today, although 1 or 2 have had issues. But big day for Mick Keogh here. Mick Keogh is he's came into this class about 3 years ago maybe in a borrowed car, and gradually made progress. They wanted to build his own car and he built this car. It's worth a look in the paddock. It's absolutely beautiful. It's really, really nice. Himself and Jay Dunnigan have put hours and hours into it, and over the winter, Mick, he'll kill me for saying it, but he trained very hard himself. He's a lot fitter than he was, a lot lighter than he was, and they did loads more work on the car, and they're always twiddling with it. And he's made a big move forward this year, Mick Keogh. He's right with the lead group all the time, but he got the 6th place in the last race. That gives him pole for this one. And tricky conditions, so it'll be a bit hard in the mouth time from first pole position at Mondello Park. Massive history in multi-venue trials and auto tests in a variety of cars, usually Peugeots, 309 and 206, and but got hooked on this Fiesta Zetec racing a few years ago. Gets great enjoyment out of it, and this year, as we said, a huge step forward. So he gets pole position. Jason O'Connell alongside. Jason O'Connell, one of the real finds in this class. He is rookie champion from last year. He's had a couple of outright wins already, one last year, one this year, and he really has been very impressive. But I have to tell you that he's not from Kells. He said he'll get beaten up if I say he's from Kells again, so apologies for that. He's from Carlinstown, and he'll be disowned if I say he's from Kells again. So the man that's not from Kells will be on the outside the front row, Jason O'Connell. So then it's going to be Alan Dawson and Dave Maguire on row 2, William Callett and Sean McGovern on row 3, and that's your top 6 reversed from the last race. We'll go through the rest of them when they leave Paddock Assembly. So here we go, out on track with the budget saloons. They gave us great entertainment earlier on, and we expect them to do the same again. Neil Murphy with the lights flashing, the headlights on, the hazards on. It leads them down into turn 1. In the little Fiesta Zetecs van. Here we go. Michael Keogh, his first ever pole position. He just posted on Facebook about it. I'd say he's a little bit nervous. Hopefully he gets a good result here today. Jason O'Connell, very quick driver, as we said, who's not from Kells, joins him on the front row. Alan Dawson on the second row. Young Dave Maguire Jr., another find in recent years. He won a Seat Supercup race in Kirkstown last week. Incredible stuff on his debut. William Kellis, the championship leader. He's on row 3. Sean McGovern won the last race. Very impressive stuff from him. And he joins him on row 3. Then Peter Barlow, watch out for him. Mark Mulhern, surprise of the day, drive of the day probably in race 1 in the Mondello Park car. He won the rookies and he was inside the top 10. Then James Byrne, Michael Graham, the Northern Ireland Fiesta Zetecs champion. Sam Doyle, another really quick rookie. Kelsey Kirby, always a great racer, watch out for her. Then Eduardo Gonzaga, and he started at the back and came all the way, charged up at least halfway up the grid in the first one. Mark O'Donoghue alongside him. Phil Lawless, another real Mondello man. Keith Lenihan, beautifully prepared car, as we said earlier. Then it's Aidan Mulready. He's an American pilot, would you believe? We'll talk about him a little bit more later on. Mark Daly in that beautiful Martini liveried car. Adam O'Mahony, another quick novice. Mick McCardle. Then it's David Bradley, the Wexford man. Toby Maguire Jr., Rallycross champion. Another newbie, Michael Moynihan and Alex McCann. Great to see these new names coming in the rookie championship. Every bit as competitive, of course, as the main championship. Andy Kavanagh, we spoke to him earlier. Andy is not going to stay at the back for too long. Watch out for him. Jordan Flanagan, another quick novice, had problems earlier on. And then Liv Corcoran is she on track? Let's have a look out there. Let's hope she is. No, I don't. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. So great stuff. Liv Corcoran, they've sorted the problem that was out there. Her dad, Gary, no doubt, involved in that one. And she will get to race. Tricky conditions in these cars. Expect a little bit of sideways action. But they're not particularly stiffly sprung. They run a controlled spring and a standard shock. So you wouldn't have to, you're not able to soften them off, but you wouldn't have to. And Neil Murphy leading them around now in that beautiful little Siltec safety liveried Fiesta van. Almost a classic car at this stage. 1999. 29,000 miles on the clock, as he'll tell you proudly. He's backing them all up now, coming through a 7B. That's one of his good mates, Mick Keogh, behind him, so no doubt there's a bit of banter going on there. Neil Murphy will be absolutely loving this one. And they've all got the wipers on, everyone weaving around trying to get some semblance of heat into their Nankang tyres. It'd be very difficult to get these cars off the line. Any front wheel drive racing car, it's so easy to light up the front wheels, and then you grab second and it dies, so you've really got to drive off the line like your grandmother going to the shops to get your initial launch and then feed the power in. Easy for me to say, not so easy to do. So Neil Murphy will peel off into the pit lane now in the Siltec safety van. It's the West Dublin supplier of safety wear, racewear, branded clothing, rainwear, you name it. He's a very busy company there, just off the Nace Road. Safetyonline.ie is the website for that one. So great stuff as we look back down to the grid. Aidan Mulready, that's an interesting one. He's a pilot. He's a young man. He's a pilot for Delta Airlines. He lives in America, and because he's a pilot for Delta Airlines, he can commute to Mondello Park. This is his first time out, his first time driving a right-hand drive car. He can handle the stick shift, he says, but he's not so sure about the right-hand drive thing. He needs to get used to that. Lovely guy. I was chatting to him here on Friday in testing, and he was very, very quick straight away. So he's one of the rookies as well. Rookies have got a few new additions this weekend. So Mark Mulhern, probably the biggest surprise. That's the car that Mondello Park bought as a team building car for all their staff, and everybody's had it going. It's been out in Rallycross, it's done a load of races. It's been Rallycross quite a few times and has had a few wins. So the mechanics have had a go, and some of the ops guys as well, and they did the 6-hour race in it last year. So they really enjoy working on it. They were put wings on the car and sprayed it themselves during the week in the workshop. Here's Mick Keogh, big day for him. Jason O'Connell on the outside, not from Kells. Then it's Alan Dawson in the centre row. Look at the angle McGovern has his car placed at, facing straight towards us. Obviously looking to chop across the bows of Kellett. He sees Kellett as a danger man, perhaps. He's right. Watch out for that, the Tiger livery at the back. That's Andy Kavanagh we spoke to. Andy's massively experienced, drives very well, and I'll expect him to come charging up through the grid. He's very, very quick. Liv Corcoran, a novice at the back. She didn't get a run in race 1, unfortunately. 5-second board is up. Great grid of cars, really always great to see. The red lights are on, they're out and away they go. And Mick Keogh gets a cracker, but Dawson goes between them both. He backed out of it, but it upset the two cars. It let Dave Maguire down the outside. Maguire's going to lead this one, I feel, down into turn 1. He is. Dave Maguire leads. Mick Keogh is back, but he comes back down on the inside of the brakes. Mick Keogh up to second place. Great stuff. He could have been swamped there, Mick Keogh. I think I see Mulready making a couple of moves there, and I certainly see Mark Mulhern going nicely as they all stream through the first corner now and head for Campion Corner for the first time. Siltex Safety, Zetecs are door to door. Maguire away down the road. Then it's Keogh. Then it's Mark Mulhern in the Mondello Park car up to third place overall. There'll be some chat in the canteen this week. Incredible stuff from the former bike racer. He's down the inside of McGovern. This is incredible stuff. They'll be absolutely loving this, the Mondello Park queue. Mark Mulhern, third place. He may drop back to fourth, but he's leading the rookies by a country mile, I'd imagine, here. What a start from him. That is great stuff. They come down into the S's. Maguire has got a massive lead. McGovern down the inside of Mick Keogh. Backs out of it. Mulhern's next up, but he's got across the bows of Jason O'Connell, who's not from Kells. Then it's James Byrne next up. Then Dawson and Kellett door to door, and somebody right, Peter Barrable right with them as well. So the battles have started already. We're only halfway around the first lap. And look at this, McGovern trying to get up the inside of Mick Keogh. Keogh trying to carry the speed around the outside. Mulhern, surely that car won't be quick enough in a straight line to run with the top cars. It does look good. They've done loads of work on it. They were here late a couple of nights during the week, all the mechanics working on it, but it doesn't quite have the ultimate power of some of the top championship cars. But he's obviously well able to pedal it, and the rain helping him a little bit here. And he sits around the outside, doesn't close the door there on James Byrne, but he might get a run. Oh, James Byrne up over the curb into the side of Mulhern there, and just sends him wide. Not too bad, but it did just dispatch him, and that's cost Mulhern 1, 2, 3, 4 places. So there's Maguire, Mick Keogh. He'd be worried about that wing mirror. He likes his car to be mint. He's lost the wing mirror already, but this is a great run from Mick Keogh. Kellett now down the inside of James Byrne. James Byrne gets a bit sideways. That opens the door for Kellett, and Kellett already alongside in the run to Paddock Corner. Maguire disappearing up the road. There's Keogh next, Jason O'Connell, and Kellett gets the job done. So Maguire made a cracking start. What happened there was Alan Dawson made a belter of a start from the second round, got up between both of them. Oh, Mick Keogh turns in, collected by Jason O'Connell. He's done a 360. I don't know how he did that. He saved himself some serious damage and he's rejoined, but that's a shame. Mick Keogh way, way back. So Mick Keogh slots back in front of Sam Doyle and all the rest coming through. Look at the spray from these cars. The Nankang tires throwing up spray. Dawson now down the inside of Jason O'Connell. Peter Barrable down the outside. Peter Barrable having a terrible day by his standards. He's usually in the top two, and didn't really get it together in qualifying. Didn't look like he's got pace. There must be a problem with that car. Let's go back and have a look at that incident with Mick Keogh again at Southside Motor Factors Corner. There we go, down the outside. Just gets caught as he turns in. Hard to know, really, isn't it? That's his auto testing skills. I'll guarantee you that's his auto testing skills that managed to throw the front of that car around and get out of the way so he didn't get collected again. But the door was open, but it was just the slightest tip on the quarter panel. I think Mick will feel aggrieved with that one as Dawson puts the squeeze on Peter Barrable. Now Barrable is down the inside and Dawson turning in, but I'm sure he'll get it back in spades. Peter's not going to take that. Closes the door there and takes the place from Alan Dawson on the way up the hill. So Maguire getting away. Maguire with fastest lap, unsurprisingly 4.7 seconds away last time round. McGovern next up, William Kellett right with him. They started on row 3, both of them. They've got a gap back behind them. Track is very, very wet out there. Sunshine shining out of turn 3. Somebody off there, Alan Dawson. So 360 for him on the wets. High speed stuff on the way down towards 7A and B. So we didn't catch that one. That's James Byrne all on his own. Somebody off, that Kellett off on the outside, yeah. He's managed to hang on to a lot of cars going off on the exit there. It's very slippery down at 7A and B. That's Dawson again getting out of shape on his own down there. There's McGovern, Kellett. It's James Byrne going really nicely. Then Barrable's up a couple of places. Then they're all over the place. I wonder if there's somebody dropping oil down there. Gonzaga, end of the rack there. Mark Daly making contact with him. It's getting a little bit fraught out there. We'll watch the lap times when they go by. We'll know whether there is anything down on track or not. Maybe it's just incredibly slippery out there, but they're all getting way out of shape. It's unusual. McGovern in second place, Kellett in third. Somebody off backwards into the gravel trap now at Paddock Corner. Is that Mulhern in the Mondello car? No, there's Mulhern there on the screen. Might be Sam Doyle. Kelsey Kirby getting in the mix now, and she's right behind Mark Mulhern. These are all Mondello guys, and that's Mark O'Donoghue now. Mulhern gets the run at him on the outside, a better run on the way out of the corner, gets him alongside. There's Liv Corcoran ahead of, is that Jordan Flanagan maybe? Oh, Peter Barnable very late in the brakes there. We're watching the lap times. Fastest first sector is William Kellett. Fastest lap is 2:25 to Dave Maguire. Andy Kavanagh up to P15. There's your positions on the left-hand side of the screen. Mark Mulhern, the first rookie by a long way. He's in 7th place overall when they went by the line. Sam Doyle next up. Mark Daly is 3rd rookie from Toby Maguire. Aidan Mulready, Adam O'Mahony, Liv Corcoran and Alex McCann. So that was Alex McCann we saw battling with Liv Corcoran. Here they come back down towards us again. A little bit spread out up front. James Byrne doing really well. It's good to see because James Byrne is a talent from a couple of years ago. He won the rookie championship and he was right at the front towards the end of the year. And then last year didn't show that pace again. And now he's changed car into James Byrne's car and he's right there again, especially in these wet conditions. And wet conditions, someone goes well in the wet, you know they can steer a little bit. So it's good to see James Byrne back up there. In a rough season last time around, a cracking season the year before, blitzed the rookie championship and ran right at the front, led a race actually at the end of his first year. Here they come back down the back straight. That's him there in the yellow and black car on the right hand side. Then it's Peter Barrable. Then it's Jason O'Connell. Then it's Mark O'Donoghue, Mark Mulhern and Kelsey Kirby. Great battle between those three. It's Kelsey Kirby inside the top 10. She'd be delighted with that one if she can stay there. She's got a couple of top 10 finishes already. Mick Keogh is trying to catch them. Cars moving around a lot down there, aren't they? Kelsey with a big slide makes her miss the second apex. Mick Keogh right in over that inside curb. So Mick Keogh closing that group down. That's Mark Mulhern in the Mondello Park car, the black car with the green badging on it. It's Jason O'Connell at the front of this group. Right into the apex. Barrable was on the outside there searching for grip, I'd imagine. There's that Mondello Park car. Mark Mulhern. He was pretty confident during the week about this. The mechanics were all in great form. As we said, they did a load of work and somebody off on the outside. Peter Barrable, big four-wheel drift. Jason O'Connell fancies a look down the inside. I think he's going to get it done. He does. Barrable sits around the outside looking for grip but doesn't get it. Tries to get back up the inside. I think he might have got it up the inside. He has. Jason O'Connell giving him racing room, which is always good to see. He's just driving with his eye on the mirror on the inside, but Barrable will get this done, I think, down into turn 1. He does. That's good hard racing between two top line drivers there. They could have started the squeezing into the wall stuff we've seen recently, but none of it there. It's proper racing room, the way racing should be. We had junior minis here yesterday at Mondello Park, 16 of them, 18 of them tested on Friday, 16 raced, and we had incredible racing. So those guys will be turning of age shortly and heading into classes like this and Fiesta STs and stuff, so the future is bright. Patch Tire Equipment minis with 2 great winners yesterday. We had Logan Hoy and Joshua Henry, both drove superbly. They will be on the stream probably at the next race meeting or the one after. We're trying to get them onto a Saturday to give them a bit of airing because there's enough cars now and fantastic racing. A bit like this class. This the strongest class in the paddock for the last 3 or 4 years. You can see why. The cars are pretty cheap to build or to buy, and they do give great entertainment. There's not really a whole lot of money you can spend on them even if you want to. Andy Kavanagh making up another place there. I think that's Aidan Mulready, the American driver. Sure is. There's Mick Keogh still trying to catch Kelsey Kirby. Eduardo Gonzaga, and then it's Kavanagh who's just got one over on Mulready. Or was it Mark Daly? We'll see when they come around. Sideways stuff there. Barrable still under pressure from Jason O'Connell. Mark O'Donoghue's got a bit of pace. He's been lapping quicker than these guys in front. That's the green car with the... If you think the bumpers look a bit odd, they're painted by his kids. Hand painted by his kids, both the front and back bumper on that car. So O'Donoghue going nicely in the wet conditions. Did a 25 last time and it's as quick as anyone bar Maguire, who's driving away out front. Here comes James Byrne. Barrable now on the outside. The roles are reversed and O'Donoghue on the inside. Or not O'Donoghue, that's O'Connell on the inside, then O'Donoghue shadowing them both. Then it's Mulhern, Kirby and Keogh absolutely together for 9th and 10th. And Barrable loses that place. Nice job by Jason O'Connell. Barrable will surely fight back. Mark O'Donoghue creeping up to both of them. Very slow lap by the leader last time round. 4.5 minutes to go. 2:27. And in fact, Sean McGovern has taken 3 seconds out of him that time round, and it's quicker through the first sector again. So McGuire must have had a bit of a problem or a half spin. McGovern on a charge here. Still a big gap though. It's 2.9 seconds when they cross the line. That's James Byrne in 4th place. He'd be delighted if he could bring it home in 4th place, James Byrne. As we said, he's had a rough time, but he's going really well today. That's Kelsey Kirby. Right out to the outside, Mick Keogh and Gonzaga. And there's Andy Kavanagh next up. Then it's Mark Daly, it was next up, one of the rookies. Mark Daly is actually second in the rookies at the moment. Mulhern is leading that. Here they come out onto the back straight, and Jason O'Connell now looking to have a go at James Byrne. This is the 2023 rookie leading the 2024 rookie champion. Oh, straight on, just went in a little bit deep, couldn't get it stopped. Pressure showing there, and dropping a place back, James Byrne behind O'Connell. So O'Connell's made up 2 places now, although James Byrne tries to go back at him on the run up the hill. Very close stuff, but Jason O'Connell just squeezes by. Peter Barber looking around the outside again for grip. Mark O'Donoghue tries to get down the inside, but that line gives Barable a good run off the corner. The gap was 2.9 seconds. Let's see what it is when they get to the line. I think it's pretty similar. And William Kellett in 3rd place. Then it's O'Connell, Byrne, Barable, O'Donoghue on a great drive. And Mulhern, still so impressive. He was 3rd briefly on the first lap. His first ever car race meeting at Mondello Park. Comes from a bike racing background. Watching lap times as they go through. The exact same time for the first 2. William Kellett with fastest lap, 2/10 quicker than the cars in front, but he's 1.8 seconds back from McGovern. So the gap at 3 seconds now. It's not. It's pretty static. I think that must have been just some sort of an issue for Dave Maguire in the previous lap, because he's right back onto the pace again as Peter Barable gets alongside Byrne. He's on the inside. Should be a relatively straightforward manoeuvre, and indeed it is. You can sit around the outside there and is he taking the drive, but maybe not so much in the wet. Back could let go, and by the time you cut it, you'd be in the gravel trap. Mark O'Donoghue now fancying his chances. He closes down James Byrne. Mick Keogh up place, I can see on the timing screen as he went by us. He's back inside the top 10. He's 9th now. Kelsey Kirby 10th. O'Donoghue moving around behind that car of James Byrne. And Mick Keogh, Kelsey Kirby and Eduardo Gonzaga absolutely together going up the hill. Mark Daly next up with Phil Lawless closing him down. Another man on a charge. Jason O'Connell right on the pace of the leaders. 24 dead, so only 3/10 off the fastest lap of the race, and only 1/10 off the 2 leaders. That time around, and just as I say it, commentator's curse, off he goes on the outside. Doesn't lose a place though, but he'd be putting in really quick lap times. But right on the edge, obviously couldn't get a stop down into 7A. As O'Donoghue shows the headlight just almost as a look down the inside there. James Byrne trying to unsettle him. Jason O'Connell drifting the car around there to the right and left. So 29 seconds to go. We will have another lap though, because Dave Maguire is going to start his final lap now at 24 seconds on the clock. The JMC car run by LOH Motorsport, Kevin O'Hara and team. Luke is here today, and John O'Hara, of course, and Jim Halligan working on the cars as well for them this weekend. They've got some great mechanics in that team. Mick Keogh gets very sideways at the top of your screen there, and that allows Kelsey Kirby to get alongside as they come onto the main straight. He just hangs on to that one though as they cross the line. to battle for 9th and 10th. Fastest lap again for William Kellett that time round. He's now just a second off the back of Sean McGovern. This is the last lap, so if there's going to be a battle, it might be for second place. There are battles all the way down the grid, but certainly no one going to touch Dave Maguire. That gap's still at 2.9 seconds and lapping at the same pace pretty much as McGovern, but Kellett is definitely closing down McGovern. He took 6-7 tenths last time round. There's the battle we were talking about. Mick Keogh, Kelsey Kirby comes at him on the brakes. Very equally matched as they come up the hill, headlights ablaze for Mick Keogh. All went wrong, didn't hit pole position and went so well early on, but just got a small clip on the back bumper that sent him around. I'm very impressed with his recovery after that though. Just flicked the nose of the car right round 360 into gear and away. More to avoid damage than to get back into the race, I think. Gonzaga's caught these two from a little bit back though, and he gets a run there at a paddock corner. Kelsey sees it coming though and stays to the right, and then eventually goes out to the centre of the road. She doesn't want to leave a gap there. She'd be delighted with a top 10, and that's where she is now, 10th place. So Donoghue having a go there at Byrne as they went out a shot. I think we're missing William Kellett, are we? No, he's dropped way back, just off screen here. So that's Mick Keogh still fighting off Kirby. That gets a little bit out of shape, and Kelsey gets a run. She had to lift though. He was just right in her way. She could have got alongside there, but Mick was holding the centre of the road. So they're still out on the international loop, raging away. That battle for 10th place. Here's Dave Maguire right out over the curbs. He's led this one from the off. He'll be so happy with this. So will LOH Motorsport. Oh, flicking the car around from left to right. Good run by McGovern to second place. William Kellett in third. I would imagine that he just threw caution to the wind. He knew he was catching McGovern for second. He tried really hard in the last lap. And that's your podium. Maguire, McGovern and Kellett. Then it's Jason O'Connell, not from Kells. He crosses the line. Peter Barable right with him. They've had a great run all the way through. Great run from James Byrne and from Marco Donoghue. That's as good as we've seen Marco Donoghue go lately. He's had bad luck, but that was a really good drive in the wet from him. Mark Mulhern, what about the Mondello man? He takes 8th place overall and first rookie. Mick Keogh, 9th place, and Kelsey Kirby, yet another top 10 for her. Eduardo Gonzaga right with her, and all the way from the back again, Andy Kavanagh. He spoke to us earlier and he said he wouldn't be hanging around at the back, and indeed he wasn't. 12th place. Second rookie is Mark Daly. Then it's Alan Dawson. Then third rookie is Toby Maguire. Then Phil Lawless, David Bradley. Fourth rookie is Sam Doyle. Mick McCardle. Then fifth in the rookies is Mulready and Adam O'Mahony right with him. And then it's going to be Lenihan and Graham Whittle. They just come down to us here. Yeah, Adam O'Mahony crosses the line there. Sixth in the rookies, then Keith Lenihan right with him. And it's going to be Liv Corcoran, I think. No, that was actually Michael Moynihan crossing the line there in the rookies. Alex McCann goes through. We're looking for Michael Graham, but I think he's gone missing on the last lap. Yeah, Liv Corcoran coming down now to take the checkered flag. She didn't get much running today, as we said, didn't get away in the first race at all. The car just spun and couldn't get restarted down there. But great stuff from the Siltec Safety Fiesta Zetecs. Great entertainment, as we've come to expect from them. A cracking drive from Dave Maguire. Let's have a look at the results. So there we go with the results. Siltec Safety Fiesta Championship Race 2. Dave Maguire takes the wins. Sean McGovern in second. William Kellett a charging drive to third place. And then it's Jason O'Connell, last year's rookie champion, in fourth. Peter Barable, a good run to fifth, but he won't be happy about that one, Peter Barable. He wanted to get a big haul of points this weekend. Then James Byrne, great to see James back at the front again. And Mark O'Donoghue, a great run. Mark Mulhern, incredible stuff from him today for the Mondello Park team building car. Rookie win, slagging rights in the canteen tomorrow morning, and a top 10 finish. Then Michael Keogh recovering back to 9th place after that spin early on, and Kelsey Kirby yet again a top 10 finish for her. Then it's Eduardo Gonzaga and Andy Kavanagh, two good recovery drives from those guys today. Then Mark Daly, Alan Dawson, Toby Maguire, Phil Lawless, David Bradley, Sam Doyle, Mick McCardle, Aidan Mulready, then Adam O'Mahony, Keith Lenihan, Michael Moynihan, Alex McCann, Liv Corcoran, And I think we lost Michael Graham on the last lap somewhere. So we could definitely do an ad break now. Perfect.
Square left onto the out. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Square left onto loose. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, a little.
So we're almost ready to go back racing. After all the excitement from the Zetecs Safety Zetecs, and this time it's the Monoposto Racing Club, their third race of the weekend, the UK visitors. Brendan O'Brien will start this on pole position with David Heavey alongside. So with Lisa on front row. Are we missing Brendan O'Brien? Let's have a look. We just had a look out the window there, and certainly one of the lease stones is still in the awning. Or have they got 3 cars here? Maybe they have. They could. They are both out there. Okay. Well, Brendan O'Brien will start from pole position. David Heavey alongside. Both of them are present. We didn't see him in the shot when they came out the pit lane, so all good. Jason Timms, Martin Wright, Terry Clark, Richard Biles, and Nick Cantanzaro. And that's your order. Small grid, but they did give us great entertainment last time round. And remember, Jason Timms led relatively comfortably, despite the best efforts of O'Brien early on the last time. But then when the rain came, Tim's car looked like a real handful, and the local knowledge showed the 2 Irish drivers took the lead and drove away. But it's slightly drier now. Still a lot of wet patches out there. You can see them on the track as the 2 Vauxhall Lotus cars go through. So it's been a great day for a great weekend for Leastone so far. Let's see if they can do the double. They did a 1-2 in the last race. David Heavey coming all the way from the pit lane to take the win. He doesn't have to do work quite so hard this time because he's going to start from the front row of the grid alongside Brendan O'Brien. I think they're starting on a staggered grid. They did yesterday. The Monoposto class, that's how they do it in the UK. That's one car per row of the grid. So O'Brien and David Heavey. First up then Jason Timms and Martin Wright. They're coming through Nordic Spirit corner. They'll just be checking the track out and trying to see where it's wet and where it's dry. It looks quite damp, doesn't it, in places, even on the screen. You can see it there on the way up the hill towards the final corner, Southside Motor Factors. Coming down to form up on the grid. A 20-minute race. Brendan O'Brien, you wouldn't miss that car. Lurid orange colours on row 1. Row 2 is David Heavey, second on the grid, but as we said, they've one car per row for Monopostos. Great to have these guys over here for the weekend. Giving us really good entertainment so far. Dave Heavey looks like he's angled the car slightly to the right. I assume that's in case he gets the jump on Brendan O'Brien. Should be good to go. Watch the red lights on the M-Town Bridge. They're on. They're out and away we go. Equal starts in the Lee Stones, and they're on wet tyres, I can see. In fact, everybody there on wet tyres, what I can make out. I thought somebody would have chanced to pet a set of slicks, but it doesn't look like it. Dave Heavey has a look around the outside. He got a lot of what looked like axle tramp off the line when he lit up the rear tyres there, but he sat around the outside of Brendan O'Brien. Oh, the two Lee Stones wheel to wheel. No team orders there through Campion Corner. And O'Brien's managed to sit around the outside of Campion Corner and make that move stick down into turn 3. So Heavey back to second place. O'Brien leads it. Good looking cars, these Lee Stones. Watch out for Jason Timms. He looks a little bit more comfortable this time round. When he was on slicks, they were all on slicks and it went wet last time round, but certainly I think every car that went away was on slicks. There's a dry line there and it's a 20-minute race. I'm no race engineer, but I thought a set of slicks might have been what you choose there. You might struggle in the early lap or two. Surely these guys will chunk the wets before the end of this one. First 3 easing away now already. Oh, Brian and Heavey all right out to the curb there on the outside of the circuit, trying really hard in the early laps. So the two Lee Stones in formation now. David Heavey just shadowing Brendan O'Brien to come through Paddock or Nordic Spirit. Right out to the outside. Just easing away a little bit from Jason Timms. I said they do look fantastic, these Lee Stones, as they flash by the start finish line, but Timms not letting them get away too much. And he's a lot quicker in a straight line. He's 5 kilometers an hour quicker. He's more actually. He's 10 kilometers an hour quicker than Heavey and 5 kilometers an hour quicker than Brendan O'Brien across the start finish line. Terry Clark next up from Martin Wright. Richard Biles. And Nick Cantanzaro. That beautiful Mark 1, for want of a better description, Formula Vauxhall Lotus. O'Brien's opened a little bit of a gap. Tim certainly looks more composed in this one, and he's just holding a watching brief behind the two Lee Stones. Up to the top of the hill already through Lola Corner, the long right-hander. That's where we see the cars moving around later if they do burn off their wets. And O'Brien definitely getting away here. Yeah, Tim's beginning to ease a little bit closer to the two cars in front, I believe. Very clear dry line down there at 7A and B. Two Bahrain's Benz, the right and the left. Two Lee Stones, then the F3 Delara. Oh, Brendan O'Brien gets way out of shape at the apex. Car just pivots beautifully, but he has to put a little bit of opposite lock on. Heavey doesn't get any closer as a result. It didn't cost him any speed though. as they head up towards Southside Motor Factories. First three absolutely together now as they come out onto the main straight. The Leastones get a good exit. That'll probably save them because we know that F3 car's a little bit quicker in a straight line. Here it comes charging up to the back of David Heavey. Heavey's confident though, goes right out to take a full racing line. Late on the brakes and closes down Brendan O'Brien. Brian's car squirming around. I think those wets are probably past their best. The sun is shining now out of turn 3. I don't know if I'm missing something here, but they're not going off that line looking for or are they? No, they don't look like they are. They're not looking for any wet bits of track. They're using the racing line, which is drying out. There's your weather conditions on the right hand side. Temperatures and track temperatures and humidity and everything. So great stuff. We did say that's where we'd see them moving around. They put a lot of pressure on the tyres. The F3 car is clearly quicker through Lola Corner. Now Dave Heavey goes offline and kicks up a lot of water. That won't do his tyres any harm, but Tim's down the outside of the brakes looking to switch back, but it's very hard to do that without making contact at 7B. See with saloon cars quite a lot. So I think Tim's could be worth a punt here. Certainly looks a lot more composed than he did in race 1. The long left-hander. Brendan O'Brien more composed through there than he was the last time. Doesn't get that big opposite lock slide that he had as they come to Paddock Corner now. For Nordic Spirit, 1, 2, 3 still together. 14 minutes to go. Out onto the main straight. Leastone, Delara, the order. First three the full length of the main straight, ahead of the rest. Brendan O'Brien beginning to get away. Down into Bridgestone now. Heavey right into the inside, getting on the power as early as he can. It's this next shot where we see the cars beginning to move around when the wets. We don't get that shot that time, but that's generally where you see them beginning to move around. And again, the F3 car gets a cracking run down there. Heavey doesn't go defensive though, leaves the door wide open, and slicing down the inside is Jason Timms. It's up to second place, just one more Leastone to deal with between him and victory now. Brendan O'Brien won't give it up without a fight though. But look at the pace difference at this stage of the race. Drives away from Dave Heavey and is just motoring up towards the Leastone in front. Brendan O'Brien gets it turned in beautifully and comes to a late apex there to get a good run on the way out. Dave Heavey's dropping back in this one. Fastest lap is to Timms. Let's see if he can improve in that one. Yeah, he does. 49.2 for Brendan O'Brien, 49 dead for Jason Timms, 52.8 for Dave Heavey. I think it's fair to say Dave Heavey might have a problem. He was just sitting on the back wing of Brendan O'Brien's car early on in this one. We're not even at half distance yet, as the F3 car still tracks the Leastone, the Irish-built car, down to the double apex right-hander, slowing them right down and then back up. It's the two Formula Vauxhalls, I think, the two classic cars. That's for a class win there, battling Richard Biles and Nick Catanzaro. Two Formula Opals, the newer shape model leading the older shape model. Two very good looking racing cars. A lot of people talking about those cars in the paddock, bringing back memories, as we said earlier. 76 and 19, and Catanzaro has found a lot of pace. He obviously had a problem with the car that he's tracked. He's 7/10ths quicker that time round than Biles. He's closing him down. So the second car here, the older shaped machine. The Formula Vauxhalls again coming back towards us. There's Brendan O'Brien, and that gap has definitely closed down. The fastest lap again to Jason Timms. The gap down to 0.6 of a second when they went across the line. 49.4 for O'Brien, 48.8 for Jason Timms in the Timms Transport car, as he cruises up to the back of the lead zone. It's close between the two of them though. He's been a little bit more than that distance behind, not much in it, and O'Brien pushing very hard, the head tucked down, leaning forward in the cockpit there. He'd love a win here today. He led the last race briefly before the charging Dave Heavey came all the way from the back and relieved him of the lead. But he's driving nicely here, kicking the tail out just a little bit. 10 minutes to go now, half distance. Up the hill again towards Lola Corner one more time. Dave Heavey still running, but there he is at the bottom of your screen. Just not able to keep pace with him at this stage. Brendan O'Brien's car moving around quite a lot under him at Lola Corner. That F3 car gets such a run through there that I'd imagine it's downforce, but so much quicker through there, and as a result all the way down the back straight to 7A. We've gone back to the classic battle there again of Biles and Candanzaro, which has opened up quite a lot in terms of the final lap. Oh, we missed it. Change for the lead, and it looks like a problem for the leader there. So I'm not sure what happened, but Jason Timms is leading now. And Brendan O'Brien, I think, has stopped. Going very slowly. Big cloud of smoke. Looked like an engine failure. That's such a shame. He was pushing very, very hard to stay ahead. Here comes Heavey now. White flag being waved as O'Brien tries to make it back to the pits. Dave Heavey goes through into second place. Terry Clark will inherit third place. So out in front now, Jason Timms. New fastest lap again, 48.823. Full length of the straight he has on Dave Heavey now. So great performance for Jason Timms. Through Campion Corner, up through the gears and heading down towards turn 3. 8 minutes and 30 seconds still to run. That's the change for third on your timing screen now. Martin Wright moves up to third place. Terry Clark up to fourth place. 5 seconds the gap between those two. Two Opals again, and they're Vauxhalls, I should say. They're starting to fly. 57.1 for Biles last time round, as opposed to Dave Heavey 56.7. Martin Wright 58.9 and 2.04 for Terry Clark. So the two Formula Vauxhalls starting to pick up their skirts. It's David Timms up at the final corner. 7 minutes to run. Great sound effects as he goes by. Bike engine Formula 3 car. Flying down the main straight, right out to the outside. Turns into the apex perfectly, no opposite lock, gets on the power. A lot slower that time, wasn't he? 153.9 as opposed to 148.2 earlier on. It's not getting any wetter, unless Brendan O'Brien's car deposited some oil down. I think he might have, you know. The times are way out. Just looking, some of them 10 seconds a lap slower than they were. Certainly Jason Timms, his best is a 48.8. He did a 53.9 that time round. Dave Heavy's best 50.7. He did a 57.6. Martin Wright's best a 52.8. He did a 58.995. Something is slowing them down, and the only thing it can be is something on the circuit. So either they've all done their wets in at the exact same moment, or some sort of a substance on the track out the back. Big clouds of smoke out in the international loop there. There we go. Yeah, we did see some smoke. That's extinguisher smoke. I think that's Brendan O'Brien's car. So marshals have put that out. Obviously there was a fire. They've managed to put it out. There's Paddy McGrath, the ICCR photographer in the background. Good man, Paddy's getting a few shots. Always does. You'll be able to see them on the ICCR social media pages. As Timms comes around to complete another lap. Yeah, slippery surface flag there. Do you see that? The yellow and red striped flag from the marshals. Good work. Mondello Park marshals absolutely fantastic. They always are. There's Brendan O'Brien standing beside the car. That's a pity. He drove very well, but just bad luck. So there does appear to be a little bit of fluid on the track. 5 minutes to run on this one now, 3/4 distance. Jason Timms having a good look over the pit wall to see who's there as he went by. 58.5, 10 seconds off his best. Dave Heavy 57.061, but 7 seconds off his best, but it's a second and a half faster than the leader. Gap was 17 seconds a couple of laps ago. It's 15 now. It's the leader down to turn 3. Here's Dave Heavy coming into turn 3. The leader already at the S's. Just chucking the car in, having a little bit of fun. Right into that outside curb again. 4 minutes to run on this one, so probably one more lap. Dave Heavy now in the closing stage of this race. 3 minutes and 19 seconds still to go. He did take a big chunk out of the leader. Let's see what happens. Timms with that unusual line that he's used all weekend, but to great effect. He comes up in the centre of the road, turns in very early into the final corner. Doesn't slow him down though. Driving very well. Crossing the line again. 58.717 that time. Let's see what Heavy does. I think it'll probably be something similar. No, it's not. It's a 56.644. It's 2.1 seconds faster, and the gap down now to 13 seconds, and they will get another lap after this one. So Dave Heavy on a bit of a charge here, having dropped back. In fact, yeah, some very unorthodox lines being used. I think Timms is now looking for looking to go offline, try and stop these wet tires chunking. Chunking is when you overheat them. Wet tires are very, very soft, work really well obviously in wet conditions, but if you drive them in dry conditions, the temperatures go up, they tend to start dropping chunks of rubber off them. They really burn off very quickly. These guys are all experienced single-seater drivers, so they'll be trying to stop that happening. Tim certainly looks like he's coming off racing line quite a bit, doing it again, coming to the inside here towards us. Tim's down towards 7A, right into the apex. He's not getting the car out of shape at all. Clean run through the second apex. Here's Dave Heavy. Same thing, right into the apex, not getting sideways at all. Very little damp left on the track at all at this stage. Leader coming onto the main straight as Dave Heavey tackles Nordic Spirit corner, stays well off the curbs both at the apex and on the exit. Watch the laps they go by. 58.8 for the leader, 57.6 for Dave Heavey. Gap down to 12.001 seconds now. But this is the final lap, so probably not really relevant. He's not going to make up 12 seconds in a lap. Mind you, other people have hit trouble, let's wait and see. But Tim's driving really well in this one, it's got to be said. That's Wright and Clark now coming up to the final corner. Martin Wright and Terry Clark, two different classes, M1400 and M2000 respectively. Terry Clark in the Van Diemen, 2-litre Zetec engine in that car. Distinctive shape of the 9900 era Van Diemen. They still use them quite a lot in Formula Fords. 1600, beautiful car, tapering tail, very good looking single-seater car. Time is now at 0, waiting for the leader out on the international loop. Still a good battle for what's going to be third place, or final step on the overall podium. Oh, side by side through Lola corner now, two very different cars, motorbike engine and a Zetec engine. The Zetec engine car doesn't quite get by, but that was a good run. Down they go on the brakes, the 7A and B. They're both very late in the brakes, carrying as much speed as they can through. There's the leader, and there's the winner. Jason Timms, great performance from him. Third place early on, and managed to get by the Leastones, come down for a win. And David Heavey's next up. Good run from him, and another good weekend for Leastone Racing. So Timms and Heavey, who's going to be third though? Because they were side by side. Look at this, last lap. Looked like he's got round the outside, but he has got round the outside. Terry Clark has it, or does he, as they go to Paddock? Oh, he does. That's good stuff to hold on there. Wonder, can he hold on at the run to the line? That's a great last lap effort by Terry Clark there. Oh, he's left the door open, and down the inside comes Martin Wright. I want my place back, please. No! Terry gets the run on the outside, and he's going to do it in that Van Diemen, I think, but it's a drag race to the line. Oh, the Van Diemen not quite quick enough. Terry Clark just takes it from Martin Wright in a drag race to the line. Fantastic stuff. Those two have been battling for pretty much all of this race. Great to see it. Really, really is. And then who's going to be first of the Classics home? It's going to be Richard Biles in the newer shape Formula Vauxhall Lotus. There it goes. Beautiful car. He gets turned in right out to the outside and down towards us. And we can only assume that Catanzaro had a bit of a problem, because they were running absolutely together early on in this race, and they did do some very quick lap times mid-race, but Catanzaro slowing down a lot on the last lap, and that's dropped him right back. He is still running, and he will get to the checkered flag shortly. There's Brendan O'Brien. Such a shame. He's driven really well this weekend, but just it looked like an engine failure on the way back up off the international loop, and then a subsequent little bit of fire, which the Martians have controlled beautifully. Thank you very much to them for their great work all weekend here at Mondello Park as ever. There's Catanzaro coming to the line. Obviously some sort of a problem with that car, but he was going very well early on. So great stuff from the Monoposto Racing Club. Great to have them here at Mondello Park, and let's hope they will come back and visit us again as the Vauxhall Lotus car blasts across the line to complete the order. So there you go. Jason Timms takes the win. Great drive from David Heavey, and Terry Clark just about pips Martin right to the line. Richard Biles, Nick Catanzaro and Brendan O'Brien unfortunately not making it, pulling in 6 laps from the end. So great stuff, and we will be back on track with saloons again in a few minutes time. The Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST Championship.
Square left onto the Yeah, that's good. Good driving. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Go again. Go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, come on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Well, we're back, and thanks to Malcolm Sweaton for bringing me up at 99 and giving me brain freeze. I was trying to get it eaten before the cars left the assembly area, but it was very welcome. The Fiesta STs, the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta STs coming out on track now. Great race one, and this one should be equally as good. We're live on board at Michael Cullen in the Beacon Medical car, and that's Darragh McMullen ahead of him. Reverse grid, of course, so Cian O'Brien will be on pole position. We'll have a look at the grid in a minute. Cian O'Brien there, Dundalk student, really quick last year, struggling a little bit this year, but I'm sure he'll be back on pace. He's 6th in race 1, gives him pole. And Victor Cullen alongside him in the second Beacon Medical LOH Motorsport car. And Roy White, who comes from his incredible rallying pedigree and goes really well in these cars when it rains, starting to go well in the dry as well. Then Darragh McMullen alongside him on row 2. Then row 3, the danger men Michael Cullen and Ross Barnes, they're first and second. And the first race, then Tim McQuaid, watch out for Tim, very, very quick, has had a win already. And Christopher Grimes Jr. And John Elliff, the former Carter, still trying to dial in that new car of his. Wayne Laverick, Charlie McKillen, the newcomer, went well in his first race. Marcus Hayes, son of John Hayes, who raced here for many, many years with huge success. He's in the John Hayes Motors car. Christopher Grimes Sr., Bobby Turley, Brendan Fitzgerald, and Trevor Farrar. We're riding on board at Michael Cullen now. Great shots as he heads up towards Lola Corner. Here we come down to the start line, 555, the Dundalk man in the Pro Tune and O'Brien Motorsport car on pole position. Alongside him, Victor Cullen. Victor comes off the back of a recent historic touring car victory at Brands Hatch, and he's working for MG, I believe, MG Motors, next weekend at Goodwood, driving some VIP guests up the hill. So a busy young man, getting plenty of seat time. He'll surely fancy his chance. And he's angled the car again as he did in the Strikers yesterday across the bows of the car in front. We're on board with his dad looking over the shoulder of Michael Cullen. Second row of the grid, that's Roy White in front. Fitzgerald right at the back, watch out for him, the yellow and black car. Self and Turley came together in race 1. They're both at the back as a result. And away they go. Nobody making any run. The first 4 absolutely together. Elliff with a good run there. And Turley as well with a great run off the back of the grid. Here comes Cullen now. We're on board with him down the outside, down to second gear. Goes to turn in, gets it turned in. The car still gave a little bit of a hop on turn in there. So we go through turn 2, Campion corner, third gear in these cars. Oh, McMullen gets the hops. Cullen looked like he was set to go around the outside of him there, but there's nowhere to go. McMullen moves to the right. There's no way he's leaving a gap down the inside. Look at that, not even an inch. And Cullen looking for a gap. Victor Cullen in second place. Now Roy White in third. Then it's McMullen looking to get down the inside. Somebody way out of shape. That's Christopher Grimes Jr. It's not drifting. He came in there backwards. That was like backwards entry, as they call it, the drifting. He's an auto tester and he's got supercar control. He took a win in the wet earlier on. That was fantastic. I was wondering what that was. It didn't look like a Fiesta ST when he came into shot. It was the back end, but he hung on to it beautifully. We might have a look at that later on again. That's fantastic. Keane O'Brien leads and leads well on the way up the hill. Victor Cullen next up, and beginning to move around behind him is Roy White. White looking to get a run now at Victor Cullen. Doesn't manage it on this occasion, but certainly is close enough to make Victor defend on the way down to 7A and B. Roy White really coming to terms with the STs here. He struggled a little bit with them in dry conditions. McMullen closes him down on the brakes as well, though. Then it's Michael Cullen, Christopher Grimes Jr., John Aliff, Wayne Laverick, all the rest coming through. Victor getting crowded again on the way up the hill towards 7A and B and has to go defensive. This is going to be Keane O'Brien. He'll be loving this one, looking in his mirror. He gets a clean line through there. Victor goes very wide. Someone's going to get a switch back here. No, they don't. He gets it covered, but they're getting a little bit busy. McMullen down the inside here, having a look. Doesn't get it done on that occasion. Cullen up the inside of McMullen. That's typical Michael Cullen stuff. He just watched it all unfold. He's got the job done here. He has to have, and he does. Gets it done, and he's up a place. And Grimes now gets the run at McMullen on the way up the hill. Pity we didn't see that on board, actually. That would have been great. Down to second gear at Southside, gets the car turned in. Michael Cullen working hard. Just watch the little glances up to the mirror, always looking at where the people behind are, even though he wants to move forward. He's got the head down now in the Beacon car. That's him up to fourth place. McMullen Elif starting to go nicely in this car. Keane O'Brien pulling away. Victor Cullen still defending from Roy White. Roy first of the Murray Motorsport cars. And it's Cullen in the yellow H car. McMullen and John Elif, Christopher Grimes Jr., Wayne Laverick and Tim McQuaid. Fitzgerald, I think, is up a few places as well. He is indeed. He's 10th. So they've got away. Victor Cullen's got away from Roy White, so that'll give him a bit of a chance to get the head down, see if he can close the gap to Keane O'Brien. Michael Cullen trying to haul them all in. McMullen trying to get by him. Slight gap back to Aliff, Grimes Jr., Laverick, McQuaid, Fitzgerald, Turley and Hayes. Victor Cullen wide, using all the track on the way out of there, trying to just maintain as much speed as he can down the back straight. Roy White's definitely a little bit closer than he was. Closes them down again on the brakes into 7A. Michael Cullen trying hard to close that gap, but doesn't seem to have that much pace over them. Oh, look at this. Wayne, that's John Elif holding back a huge group of cars behind this. That's Laverick trying to get up the inside of him, I think. Doesn't get it done on this occasion, but he might have got ahead of Grimes Jr. Oh, Victor Cullen a little bit slow through Bahrain's Bends again. Oh, Michael Cullen slices down the inside of Roy White. White was busy trying to get by, again, we missed it on board. He was busy trying to get by Michael Cullen, and Victor Cullen, I should say, and Michael Cullen just fired it down the inside into the left-hander. And has got the job done now at Paddock. Look at him looking up at the mirror. It looks like he's looking at us. He's looking to see where Roy is. Roy's on your bumper, Michael. McMullen next up. Michael Cullen on a move here. Next on his list is Victor. Good run by Keane O'Brien here, isn't it? Fastest lap. Let's have a look now when they go by. Yeah, fastest lap for Keane O'Brien. 2:05.719. Nobody else in the 2:05s. Just in comparison purposes, a 5.7, a 6.6 for Victor, a 6 dead for Michael Cullen, 7.5 for Roy White, 6.4 for Darren McMullen. So Keane O'Brien easing away out front. He'd be delighted with this. He's had a couple of bad runs, and we know how quick he is. Down into turn 3, and McMullen closing down Roy White on the brakes. So the second Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST race of the day. I think it's just building up to a finale. This one is that. It's on the end of that group. It's McMullen on the end of that group, and then it's Turley on the end of the second group. Hayes still improving. Charlie McKillen going well. First day out in that yellow car. Michael not really making any inroads on Victor here. They're all very equally matched. Lap times will be interesting this time round. McMullen looks like he could have a go at right white, but it's just really only creeping up to him. The same with Michael and Victor. Michael's inching up to Victor, but not charging up there. But this is where Victor's had a couple of issues going through Bahrain's bends. Michael might be able to get up to him here. Victor just went in a bit hot the last lap, and that made him a bit wide for the second bit. He's more circumspect this time. Yeah, he is. Michael doesn't quite get close enough to slice down the inside. He thought about it, though. Michael always says, if Victor ever beats me, he'll deserve it. I'm never going to hand it to him. And never truer words were spoken, I'd say. Michael really wants that place now. And he's really beginning to breathe down Victor's neck here. We're on board. This is great. Victor goes to the inside, back to the outside. Michael says, down the inside I come. Little bit of racing room. Victor gave him just enough room and carried speed out. It still has the nose ahead. Oh, he's going to give his dad the squeeze on the main straight. Didn't lick that off the stones. The two Cullen cars door to door, mirror to mirror now in front of the grandstand. Michael a little bit later on the brakes. Victor cedes the place but gets in behind him, and that's important. You get boxed out at Mondello Park and you'll lose 1, 2, 3 places. We saw it with Mark Mulhern in the Zetecs earlier on. One car gets down the inside at the wrong place on track. Now we're going to see how much pace Michael Cullen has. And fastest lap is to Darragh McMullen last time around at 2:05.3, 2:06.6 for the leader, 5:3 for McMullen. So Michael Cullen now inching away. His next lap time should be worth watching. Oh, it's getting that hops again. That car's definitely unsettled as he comes into the S's, bouncing around. Lifted an inside wheel. It doesn't seem to bother him. It's not like he has to lift out of it, but it just looks different to the other cars out there. Elf under pressure there from Laverick, Grimes, Fitzgerald and Turley. Hayes still hanging on, as indeed is McKillen. Roy White having a look at Victor there. Victor gets across his bows to hold the inside line on the way down to 7A. Roy White late in the brakes, gets alongside but on the outside. That's no good. Leave the door open for McMullen if he gets that wrong. McMullen gets a run at both of them now on the way up the hill. She won't get around the outside of the first bit of Bahrain's bends. So that's Victor Cullen, Roy White and Darragh McMullen. Yeah, Michael Cullen definitely inching up to Cian O'Brien. I suspect this will be fastest lap for Michael Cullen when they cross the line. Through Nordic Spirit corner and up towards Southside Motor Factories corner. 6 minutes 45 seconds to go on this one. Yeah, O'Brien's gone a bit defensive a bit early there. Michael Cullen wasn't close enough to have a go, but it's Michael Cullen. So just to make sure, Keane had the inside road there. We're on board now, third gear. No difference in any of these cars in a straight line. They get really stiff scrutiny. Everything checked on the cars. Fourth gear now as they head down the main straight. This time Cian O'Brien does need to, I was right there, 2:04.8 for Michael Cullen, fastest lap of the race. Now Cian O'Brien does have to defend, as Victor Cullen is doing pretty well behind. No sign of Roy White getting alongside him. Michael Cullen, through Campion corner, is right with Cian O'Brien. We're on board with him again. Pulls fourth gear briefly, goes to the inside, back to the outside, down to third. Cian O'Brien guarding the inside beautifully. Didn't go wide at all. Michael Cullen had gone out to the outside hoping to switch back, and Cian saw that coming and held the inside line, so he didn't take a full racing line into the second bit, but neither did Michael Cullen. So great stuff as they come down into the S's. Again, centre of the road for Cian O'Brien. He's won the Kyrgyzstan Mini Championship, so he's not going to get rattled too easily, Cian. Right out to the outside. Michael Cullen right with him. Cullen gets a great run now on the way up the hill, and again Cian O'Brien says, no, I don't think so, Michael. Holds the inside line. Michael has another go down the inside. O'Brien happy to sit round the outside, and Cullen gets that hop again. Nothing in it as they come round through Lola corner. Third gear into fourth gear now, and up to pretty quick speeds on the back straight, heading for 7A and B. Michael goes to the inside just to show a headlight and make Cian defend. That's what happens. Victor's catching them and bringing a train with him. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars for the lead shortly. That's probably what Cian O'Brien wants, if he could back Michael up into Victor. Victor having to go slightly defensive there on the way to Bahrain's bends. Here they come. They're all pretty much together in this one. We've still got 5 minutes to run. Victor holding the inside line. Michael Cullen right on the back bumper now of Cian O'Brien. I know I did say they were equal on the straight, but when they pulled fourth gear last time and we were on board with Michael Cullen, he did seem to get a run. Here they go through Paddock. Both very committed through there. O'Brien, if anything, a little bit quicker. Oh, this is classic Michael Cullen. He's done this for years. Up the outside and try and get back up the inside. Oh no, Keane O'Brien's seen it before. He must have watched RPM back in the 90s. Probably wasn't alive back then, hadn't been born yet, but he's seen all these tricks before. Cullen goes to the inside, to the outside. You're going to have to work hard, Michael, but he does get alongside. He has got that pace in a straight line. They're side by side. Cullen's got the nose ahead. He's all over the place in the brakes, but Keane comes back at him. Cullen gives him that racing room we always talk about here. Can he hold on to it though at turn 2? He's going to sit round the outside. This is good stuff. They're giving each other room here. Really good stuff. Michael Cullen doesn't shove him out over the curb. They're door to door on the way down to turn 3. Top class saloon car racing now at Mondello Park. Keane O'Brien still on the inside. The beacon car is ahead. It's ahead. It's ahead. But O'Brien will surely go back at him on the brakes. He doesn't. Round the outside of turn 3. That's a cracking move by Michael Cullen. And great racing by both of those guys. Michael Cullen will be delighted with that one. Right round the outside of turn 3. That's the move that a lot of people say was patented by Ayrton Senna, but in fact, if you watch the video, he said, putting on his anorak, Senna was well ahead before the first apex. What Michael Cullen did there is proper brave stuff in a front-wheel drive car, because a good front-wheel drive race car is set up pretty loosely, and to keep it pinned around the outside is very brave stuff, as Victor decides he's going to have a go as well at Keane O'Brien. Victor held the car in very tight there, and as a result, is slow on the exit. Keane O'Brien pulls away by a length or two from him. And in fact, they're beginning to swarm around behind him. McMullen's now, as McMullen's got down the inside of Roy White, who comes back at him on the brakes. Victor doing well here to control these guys behind. He's held on to that third place steadfastly from the off. 3 minutes to go. And Victor goes to the centre of the road there as he does every lap. Just in case. Michael Cullen comes through. A little bit of bouncing, same from Keane O'Brien. Victor's car as well. Oh, down the inside. Contact there with the quarter panel of Victor's car. Victor keeps the shoe in it, though. In fairness, I think McMullen backed out of that one after the initial contact was made. And Victor kept the loud pedal pressed into the bulkhead and pulled the car back straight. And even Roy White couldn't make any gains on that one. So, legitimate lunge. The door closed, and he did back out of it. So, it's good, hard saloon car racing today in the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST Championship. Michael Cullen out front. Keane O'Brien second. Victor Cullen third. McMullen and Roy White side by side. Roy White gets alongside on the brakes, but he can't go to get round the outside. We had a go, but McMullen said, I don't think so. Out to the outside. Then Christopher Grimes Jr. is back up to 6th place ahead of John Elliff. Then it's Laverick Fitzgerald, Turley, Hayes, McKillen and Tim McQuaid. Not sure what happened to Tim McQuaid or how he's back there. Normally a front runner, a winner in this class before. McKillen is off. McKillen's off. Down at turn 1. He's going to get it back out though, is he? Good work if he does. It's very easy to get bogged down in these because those scrabble tops get raked the week before the event just to make sure the sand does its job at the gravel and catches the cars if they go off. 1 minute 28 to go. Victor Cullen's doing well here, isn't he? He's held that third place back. He's been attacked by everybody, but doing nicely. That's a good battle as well. That's Christopher Grimes Jr. at the head of that battle with Elliff, Laverick, Fitzgerald and Turley. And Hayes isn't too far from it either. Fastest lap still standing to Michael Cullen, 2:04.8, but he did a 2:06.1 last time round. There it is, fastest lap. Cullen easing away now out front. He was 1.09 seconds to the good last time round. It's a lot more now. Car's still hopping around though. But as we said earlier, it's not slowing him down. Oh, wide goes McMullen, and that allows Roy White to take his place back. White on the inside now, McMullen on the outside, but you just can't really sit around the outside there. McMullen knows that, just gets off the power for a fraction of a second and tucks back in behind Roy White. Roy White started to go really well with these cars. He was incredibly quick in the wet, but not so quick in the dry, and now he's really on the pace in dry conditions. The Murray Motorsport car, that's the grey and orange car there, just behind Victor Cullen. Roy, a real character, massive pedigree, as we said before, in Irish rallying, but turning to the circuits now for the last 2 seasons. Clock is down to 0, so this is the final lap. Michael Cullen now streaking ahead, the gap out to 2.6 seconds. Way quicker than anybody last time round. Right, White now with nobody behind to worry about, because McMullen's dropped back a little bit, is having a go at Victor on the final lap. This is for the final step of the podium, remember. So Michael Cullen disappearing down the road. Great job by Cian O'Brien. Good to see him back on form. Then Victor Cullen and Roy White going for it. The yellow H car just ahead of the Murray Motorsport car on the final lap. Out of Bridgestone corner and on the way up the hill. Grimes has made a break from that group behind the red car. That's John Elliff and then Brendan Fitzgerald. Roy White still having a go now. Right in over the curves. Victor Cullen hasn't cracked at all. He's been very calm, very composed in this one. Michael Cullen through the left and right, inch perfect as you'd expect. Victor a little bit wider, but he was defending at the first bit of that one, but still carries enough speed through that Roy can't have a go. He turns in a little bit early again. He's got it covered from all angles. He's getting closer to Cian O'Brien as well, I feel. He was 4 or 5 tenths quicker last time round, but he's too busy defending from Roy White. This is it. Nordic Spirit corner for the last time for Michael Cullen. Southside Motor Factories corner for the last time for Michael Cullen. A few spots of rain arriving on the winner. We're on board now. This is what it's like to win a race at Mondello Park for the Beacon Hospital and LOH Motorsport. There's the pit crew. They're delighted with that one. There's the checkered flag. Michael Cullen takes the win. That's good work from him. From row 3 of the grid. Job done. Michael Cullen gets the job done. Cian O'Brien a great run to second place. Victor Cullen third. Roy White fourth. All the rest coming through. But that's absolutely fantastic stuff. The media guys getting some photos there. That's Mark Quinlivan as the cars come down to take the checkered flag. And we've got a few more Fiesta STs due out. A couple of guys have bought them and they're waiting to get their licenses sorted out, so there will be a few more of those cars, a potential of about 22 of those cars on the Alloy Repair Centre grid as we reach the mid-season point. But that was an absolutely cracking race by Michael Cullen, and in fact well done to the See It Live team. That onboard camera is fantastic, and to be able to ride across the line with Michael Cullen as he takes a win is a great experience. Great to be able to broadcast it. So super stuff from the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST Championship. Let's have a look at the results. There we go. Michael Cullen takes the win from 5th on the grid. Cian O'Brien next up. Victor Cullen, Roy White, Darragh McMullen, Christopher Grimes Jr., John Elliff, Brendan Fitzgerald, Bobby Turley and Wayne Laverick, and that is your top 10 in the Fiesta STs. Then it's Marcus Hayes, Tim McQuaid, Christopher Grimes Sr. and Charlie McKillen. But great stuff. We will be back in a few minutes' time with the Say It Super Cups and the Precision Graphics ITCC cars. So yeah, great stuff there from the Fiesta STs. That was their second race of the day. We'll have to tot up the scores, but Mickey O'Brien will be absolutely delighted with that one, and Jackie as will Cian, with a really, really strong run from him. And as we said, it's been a tough season for young O'Brien, but that was a cracking run and a really good battle with Michael Cullen there. Held on to the lead and fought back when Michael Cullen came challenging. So that was good stuff from him. Yeah, let's have a look at that from on board with Michael Cullen, if we can go back and just jump on board with Michael Cullen and watch the overtaking manoeuvre on Cian O'Brien. Here we are, we're coming up to Southside corner with Michael Cullen now. O'Brien holds the inside of the Pro Tune car, Cullen down the outside, second gear, gets it turned in. O'Brien not having any of it, but O'Brien crucially scrubs off a little bit of speed there. Michael Cullen quicker, goes to the right as he grabs third. O'Brien closes the door, but Cullen still using that momentum and gets alongside, pulls fourth gear, gets ahead. Now we're ahead, down to third, down to second. Look at Cullen looking right, Cian O'Brien's still there. He's on the right hand side. We don't get to an apex. Cian O'Brien is still there. Cian O'Brien still in front on the outside of Campion corner. Third gear. This is crucially where Michael Cullen gives him racing room. He leaves the width of one Fiesta on the curb, and that's where Cian is. That's fantastic stuff. Now we're on the outside, still going side by side, and that's when Michael Cullen made the move. So fantastic coverage there. Really good to be able to jump back on board and look at that. And I think we've got an onboard camera in this one as well, as the Say It Super Cups come out onto track along with the ITCC. So Say It Super Cups and ITCC out on track, full international track, so plenty of time to warm up the tyres. Doesn't appear to be any rain coming, but it's just arrived on a few occasions today without any visible clouds or anything like that coming. Not the usual warning signs at Mondello Park. So Paul O'Brien will start this one on pole position. They've had terrible trouble with that car. Let's hope they got it back running properly. Alongside him is Dave Maguire. Then Adrian McNally, Brian Berry, Paul Parr, Barry English, Max Turley, Eddie Peterson and Stephen Wright, two danger men at the back. Max Turley, who dominated the first race despite having a small ECU, small power ECU, and Stephen Wright, who was incredibly quick before eventually sliding off when three of them tried to outbreak each other down into 7A, but he was very, very quick, Stephen Wright, as he has been on the last few outings in Say It Super Cup, former rally man. So here they come down to the grid. 27 is Paul O'Brien in the DOB sports cars. That's Dave O'Brien's company, specialising in Porsche servicing in Ballymount in County Dublin, just off the M50. A young but very successful business. Also prepares racing cars, and he's got two cars on the front two rows here. Paul O'Brien on pole position. They have had trouble with that car, but they were working hard. I know they had the head off it and were trying to get it back running last night. They managed to do that. Let's hope it's in full health. The Jerry Maguire and Sons car of Dave Maguire on the outside of the front row, massively experienced. Former Carter, former Fiat Uno Cup racer. He's raced many different saloons over the years. Dave O'Brien, always very quick and very wily. Then it is Adrian McNally, another Rally Convert 777, another DOB Sports Cars run car. Then Brian Berry in a Murray Motorsport car on the outside of row 2. Paul Parr, watch out for him, he's been great all weekend, hasn't he? Then Barry English well back from his grid markers. He'll get wrapped on the knuckles from Owen Murray for that one, no doubt. Then Max Turley, who was so impressive in race 1. Eddie Peterson and Stephen Wright. Irish touring cars next up. Stuart Curran and Owen Drought on the front row. That's not how it's lining up, though. It's Rob Savage. That's not Stuart Curran. So Rob Savage is a row ahead of where he should be. Another. It looks like they're 3 abreast now on that grid. So there's a lot of moving around behind them, but certainly that's not the grid I have. Anyway, it should be Stuart Curran and Owen Drought on front row, then Rob Savage and Cian Walsh on row 2. But it's got Savage as pole position. Next class in the touring is Ryan Stryker, Oisin Clune, Ian Stryker, Stephen Martin and Michael Clune. We're letting them go anyway. And Paul O'Brien just getting pipped by Dave Maguire off the outside the front row. Maguire takes the win. Here's Turley. Is it down the outside? It is. Oh, so late in the brakes, and already alongside Parr around the outside and trying to have a go at Berry as well. As they go through turn 2, he's got by Parr. Everybody has 340 brake horsepower this time, and away go the touring cars, and Owen Drought leads them away. The Golf just that bit quicker as they head down towards turn 1. Mike McClune going by. Oh, Keane Walsh down the outside of the brakes and right across the front, and lucky not to get contact there. They're crowding each other down at turn one. Steve Martin back out in that Castrol livery car. And Barry English down the inside of somebody there. Is that McNally? And now he's down the inside of Parr. Barry English on a big charge here, but it's Maguire has disappeared over the horizon, literally there. That's O'Brien next up. Then it's Berry. Then it's Turley. There's Maguire. There's Paul O'Brien. Then Brian Berry. Turley going very wide there. Lucky not to be attacked on the exit by Barry English. Same thing for Stephen Wright, going wide, wide, wide. So the Zetecs come streaming through 7A and B. Maguire has just driven away. Great first lap from Dave Maguire. To the left and through the right. O'Brien being closed down slightly perhaps by Berry. There's Eddie Peterson's car. Great to see him back out there again. The car just stopped on the going on to the final lap of race one. This is going to be some lead by Maguire. Berry just drives by. I think Paul O'Brien's in trouble again. He's slowing down. Yeah, he is. Probably heading for the pit lane, I would feel. That's exactly what he's doing. No, he's not. He's just letting them all go by. He's going to try and keep going. Turley's up to third place now. And trying to have a go at Brian Berry on the main straight. Remember, Turley has the full 340 brake. He only had 310 in the last one. If you're watching on live time, you can see that. All got 340 brake horsepower now. Wright has got going again. Caught that group again and is round the outside of Eddie Peterson. Just ahead of them is Barry English, who's fighting off Adrian McNally. So that's English, McNally, Peterson and Wright together. Right ahead of Peterson now. Just taking that place. That's them on screen. Dave Maguire's gap at the end of lap one, 4.005 seconds. That's impressive stuff in a Zetecs Supercup race. Down to 7A and B. Close down Barry English. Paul Parr beginning to close up on the back of Turley, who cannot find a way by Brian Berry. Brian Berry pretty experienced too. Just come up through Fiat Puntos. Used to race with the late Sean Woods, of course. He'd be a big favourite with Siobhan Woods and the Woods family. Murray Motorsport running the car for him these days. Parr tries to get a run at Turley this time round. Turley's going to have to start looking in his mirrors. Berry doing a good defensive job, but Turley hasn't been able to get by. This time Turley has to go slightly defensive, then goes back to the outside to get a racing line. Berry slows them all right down at the apex though, so nobody gets a run on the way out. A little bit of shuffling behind as McNally gets a bit of help from Wright. I think that might have been there as they go by us. So it's Maguire, Berry, Turley, Parr, English, McNally, Wright and Peterson. Parr right at the back bumper. It's early now to the left-hander, and that's beginning to let Berry get away. Berry straight away across to the outside to take a full racing line. Doesn't have to defend this time. He was centre of the road before because he knew Turley was breathing down his neck. Turley was very quick through here, and he's very quick through here again. I was just going to say he was very quick through there in race one. He's got a great run there. It just left the car behind him sitting. He's down the outside of Berry. He's ahead on the brakes. He's way ahead on the brakes. He's got to give room, and he goes right round the outside. Can he make that work? Berry's still there. That's fantastic stuff. That's very, very impressive, and well done to Brian Berry as well. We're getting a lot of it today. Just these drivers are being hard, but they're being fair to each other. He was round the outside. It was nothing to stop Berry just into the quarter panel on the second bit there, and he didn't do it. So great driving from both of them, but that's cracking commitment. That's how you line up an overtake, to get a run like that through Lola corner, carry the speed all the way down the back straight, get alongside, get the nose ahead, and then somehow sit round the outside of 7A and B. That's great stuff. He's been impressive today, but that was probably the move of the day. Let's see what pace he's got now as Parr gets up the outside of Berry. Berry fights back McNally into the back of Barry English there. Just a little bit of contact out. He slows McNally and allows Wright to get alongside him on the exit. It's going to cost him a place, I think. Maguire, Turley, Berry, Parr, English, Wright, McNally and Peterson the order. Fastest laps to Dave Maguire that time round, 1:51.077, and he is 6.0 seconds to the good. Here it is up on screen. Let's say it's streaming up the hill now. The next lap time will be a teller. Won't see if Mark Turley can get quicker than Dave O'Brien and close that gap down a little bit, because he's streaking away from Brian Berry and Paul Parr there. There's the pack of Zetecs coming down that long downhill back straight to get up to really high top speed. Then it's hard on the brakes for 7A. You actually carry a fair bit of speed through there. Barry English snatches a back wheel but gets it turned in. Parr really crowding Brian Berry now, but Berry not getting rattled at all. That was Cian Walsh just going through leading, and once again he's driving away from Rob Savage here. Let's have a look at the lap times. Cian Walsh, the black Civic, 1:51.609, his fastest. 1:52.7 for Savo, but he's done a 1:53.6 that time round. Here's Owen Drought, and he's managed to get away now. He was under massive attack from Ian Stryker last time round. Stryker got past him in race 1, but the Golf is saving itself on the straight as it does a lot of the times. Doesn't look too bad there now. Curse the commentator if I say that. Yeah, this is the Integra, much better through the left and right. That's 4.33. Ryan Stryker in the Civic. He had a big moment in the last race. Oh, slippery surface flag being shown for some reason. As Owen Drought and Stryker go through in the Golf and the Integra. Cian Walsh has just done a 1:51.560. That is quicker than everybody except the first two Zetecs. Quicker than all the other Zetecs, so good stuff. He's absolutely flying, Cian Walsh, in that Civic. It's Owen Drought. He was leading the championship before this one. Not sure how this will work out now. He's going to get a couple of third places, I think. Whereas Cian Walsh will get 2 wins. But Walsh and Savage have had a few problems with the cars. They're extremely quick, these Hondas, but they can be a little bit pernickety. They can be a little bit unreliable from time to time, and they've had some issues with gearboxes and stuff like that. And Rob Savage with the car going into limp mode once or twice, but they're still doing huge development work. It's a brand new build, that SR, the Honda Accord, and it's absolutely beautiful. Both of those cars actually worth a look if you're in the paddock. Back to the Zetecs now. That's Dave Maguire going through. Then it's Turley. Turley did a 1:51.1 last time round, and a 1:51.3 for Dave Maguire. So only a couple of tenths, and the gap remains at 5.873 seconds. It could be a double win for father and son, the Maguire family, today at Mondello Park, because Dave Maguire took a beautiful win in the Zetecs, Siltec Safety Zetecs earlier. They come down again. Let's see what the lap times are. 51.5 for the leader, 51.2 for Turley, so he's quicker, but only by fractions. Well, Michael Clune's gone around in the CRX, done a lot of work to that car recently. They fitted a sequential box, only about 250 brake horsepower, which isn't much by ITCC standards these days, but it's pretty light. He's doing a lot of development work on it, so interesting to see that car progress. That's Barry English we're looking for. He's in 5th place. Stephen Wright in 6th place. Eddie Peterson in 7th. I would have expected Wright and Peterson to be further up. See, it's still battling away as they go up the hill. Yellow flag. Is that a slippery surface flag or a yellow and red? Yeah, slippery surface. Okay, well, the lap times haven't gone out at all to suggest that. A par around the outside of Brian Berry, or had he got the job done and Berry got back up the inside? Either way, Parr's got it done now down into 7B. That took him about 4 laps of giving Berry the work over. Paul Parr, good stuff from him. He's come on really well in these Zetecs. That puts him up to back up to 3rd place. He had the nose ahead across the line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them there. Somebody clipping the tires on the inside. That's Barry English. That sends him wide. Allows Berry to get away. And that allows Wright to slice down the inside. Eddie Peterson will be looking to come with him. Peterson does get alongside and should have the inside line for Nordic Spirit. Corner now. No, Barry English just comes across his bows. No problem for Barry English, just keeps it pinned. Peterson has another look up the outside. 8 tenths the difference that time round. 52 dead for Dave Maguire, 51.8. Gap down to 5.3 seconds, but only 3.5 minutes to run in this one. Right now having a look at Berry, who clips the curb and drives them both a little bit wide. Oh no, Berry gone off on the outside. That's dropped him way back. He'd driven so well. So 2 minutes 50 to go. So Wright, English and Peterson there together, 2 minutes 17 to go. Wright beginning to ease away. Let's look at his lap time. Stephen Wright's done a 54.3, 52 dead is his quickest lap. So that's a full second off Dave Maguire's fastest lap though. There's Paul O'Brien still going, but going slowly. Just trying to get that car to the end, I'd imagine. Get a few championship points. Maguire comes down to start another lap. Way out in front. Great drive by Dave Maguire. 52.6 that time round. Let's see what Turley does. 52.1, another half a second gone off at 4.8 seconds the gap now. This will be their last lap though, I think, as Wright goes by. All the rest streaming through. Paul O'Brien staying well out of the way. McNally now down the inside of him into turn 1 to put a lap on him. For Savage that time. Here's Owen Drought still fighting out Striker, but let's look at his lap times. Owen Drought 56.2, that's quicker than Rob Savage. It's a lot quicker than Rob Savage that time round. Keane Walsh is quicker than Bolton by a significant amount, but he's way down the road. That's interesting. Striker and Drought now quicker than Rob Savage, but they're well back the road. I think they're 6 or 7 seconds back. But Savage beginning to slow down in the Accord. So that's that battle for 3rd place overall in the touring cars. .17 seconds on the clock, and our leader is heading up towards the final corner, south side. I wonder will he get 10, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. He's already on the main straight. He will get the checkered flag. I think here he comes. He will get the checkered flag. Great win for Dave Maguire, and a double win for the 2 Dave Maguires. So junior and senior taking a win each. No bragging rights allowed. They both get bragging rights at the dinner table tonight at home. So Dave McGuire will be so happy with that one. He's a great competitor, and he took his chance there outside the front row and just down the road. He had a massive lead, and even Max Turley didn't manage to slash it by that much. 4.4 seconds the gap. Max Turley in second, Paul Parr in third, then Wright, Peterson, McNally and Barry English. Here comes Keane Walsh in that glorious sounding Civic. Blast across the line for yet another Irish touring car victory. Rob Savage will be next up, and he's been caught definitely now by Owen Drought. This is him, and there's Drought coming through behind. So there were a lot more of a difference before that. So Savage dropping back, obviously in bother with the Accord. He's out onto the main straight, but the Golf is also coming onto the main straight. Let's have a look at Savage as he goes by. Rob Savage does a 1:59.9. Owen Drought 56.5, brings it down to 4 seconds between them, but Savage did enough to get it home in second place. So there you go, great entertainment from the saloons. Boss Ireland will be next up.
Square left onto loop. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Go there. Go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
So it's Connolly's top line, Boss Ireland Championship, Tony Greenan on pole position, Carl O'Brien alongside him, then Michael Roach and Noel Robinson, Michael Connolly, Mark Reid, Katie Cole, Martin Daly, Daniel Farty and Gary Graham. Gary Graham not there, of course. Shunt in qualifying for him. A couple of cars at the back, moving well ahead of the lights there, but no damage done and they all head away. Tony Greenan leading down to turn one as we'd expect. He's incredibly quick in this car. And he's been chasing lap records on national, international, every circuit. He goes out in Bishop's Court, outright lap record holder now. So really has come on well. Michael Connolly blasting down the outside of Robinson there. Brave stuff going into turn 3. All streaming back towards the main arena now. But Greenan already has checked out. So Roach and Carl O'Brien might be the battle in this one for second. Connolly will try and get up to them as well. Beautifully turned out car, the World Series. 3.5 litre car. Martin Daly driving a similar machine. Carl O'Brien going wide to try and get all the power he can, all the pace he can to carry on down the back straight, but he has to move around a little bit, and Roach tries to slice it down the inside and gets it done. Connolly having to go at both of them, but Roach suddenly slows. O'Brien sits around the outside, takes it back. So O'Brien beginning to get away now as they come back up the hill. Red F3 car there. That's Noel Robinson we're looking at there. He hasn't had a great first lap. Now a couple of people just been boxed out, I think. They all come streaming down the short back straight now, then through Nordic Spirit corner. Still Carl O'Brien there, Tony Greenan already crossing the start finish line at the bottom of your screen there. Look at Carl O'Brien, has the car absolutely singing on the exit of that corner. You can see the big World Series car coming at him on the main straight. Massive power in that machine. There's Cayley Cole, Mark Reed and Martin Daly and Daniel Faraday going through. So just 8 cars in this one, 9 cars in this one. No, sorry, 8. We don't have Michael Roach. Or do we? No, he hasn't completed the first lap by the look of our chart. 8 cars running, yeah. So Michael Connolly now closing down Carl O'Brien. Carl O'Brien very quick through the corners, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything about that car in the straight. If Michael Connolly gets a half decent run through Lola, there's Greenan going through. Here comes Carl O'Brien, here he is. Oh, he's so quick through there. But look at the exit speed of Connolly. Connolly got a great run. He's got way more power in the straight line, drives up alongside him. But O'Brien goes back at him on the brakes, down the outside, gets to the apex first. Really is driving well this weekend, Carl O'Brien. Safety car is out, we're missing somebody. So that is the Roach car, I'd assume. That's exactly what it is. There's Michael Roach just parked on the international loop. So Michael Roach parked up, that is a shame. Tony Greenan out onto the main straight to get hooked up behind that safety car. Mark Reed heading for the pits, unfortunately. That is a shame. He was doing a bit of giant killing in this class earlier on, but obviously a problem as he comes back in, parks up on the apron in the lead zone. BMW Ireland safety car leads them round. Shot of Mark Reed there. They're working on the car. If they could get him back out before losing the lead lap, then there's a chance the safety car would slow them down enough for him to get back onto that train again. They're working feverishly on the car. I'm sure they know exactly that. Leastone team are very experienced at winning races and championships, so they'll know exactly what they're doing. They've got the engine cover off the car. Let's see where the safety car is. I can see it on the long back straight. There it is, lights flashing. It would be a bit of a task to get a complete lap though. I think the snatch unit has pulled up at Michael Roach's car. It's a pity, he was going very well. Possibly down to just 7 cars now. The order: Tony Greenan, Carl O'Brien, Michael Connolly, Noel Robinson, Martin Daly, Daniel Faraday and Cayley Cole. That's the order. Lights still on the safety car, so it will do another lap. But the Leastone would need to be leaving the pit lane now if it's going to get out in the lead lap, but I don't think they're going to manage that, are they? They look like they have they've identified the issue and they're trying to sort it, but that's a shame. Had they got it out now, they could have possibly stayed on the lead lap. Got the side pod off the car now on the left-hand side. Tony Greenan weaving around, trying to keep a bit of heat in these slick racing tyres. The boss cars weaving around to try and keep some heat in the tires. Just 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Safety car coming in because safety car sign taken off at the stand here where the protected flag is.
Lights are out on the BMW Ireland safety car. He's heading for the pit lane. Tony Greenan now dictates the pace. And he drops the hammer, but Carl O'Brien going with him. Michael Connolly a little bit further back. Martin Daly wasn't right with them, and that's cost him a lot of time. Carl O'Brien out over the curbs, trying to stay with Tony Greenan, but certainly won't have the straight line power. And in fact, Michael Connolly charging up to him there on the main straight. Brian judged that one correctly. Oh, big lock up for Martin Daly there down into turn one. He was telling me it's very hard to get these brakes up to temperature, and you don't have heat in them. Even after a few slow laps, they're really difficult. And he had the same problem at Kyrgyzstan. Said they can go cold, in relative terms go cold, and they just won't work until you get heat into them. It's very hard to keep them warm. So that's obviously what happened there. Massive lock up as they restarted. That would have flat spotted his front tires, no doubt. Here's Connolly now with a big run up the hill. Carl O'Brien saw it coming and stayed to the right. Carl O'Brien very quick through there, but look at the 3.5 litre machine coming at him on the back straight. This time it's on the inside as well, just drives by and gets the job done. O'Brien thinking of having a look back down the inside, but Connolly had that one covered. So they bet through 7B now and up the hill. Once again, the big engine machine will stretch its legs and pull away up that incline. And Robinson there in 4th place. These four just driving away from the rest. Just 7 cars running in this one now. Carl O'Brien right up over that inside curb. Oh, big lock up again for Connolly. Same thing as Martin Daly. Imagine those brakes only still coming up to temperature. Carl O'Brien gets a lovely run out of that corner every lap. If he had a little bit more power, well, they probably all say that, but certainly, oh, and another lock up. Carl O'Brien closes him down on the brakes again. O'Brien closing down Connolly again, the second apex of turn 3. Connolly stands in the power, the tail kicks out. It's definitely quicker in a straight line. The next 2 straights are where it can do all its work as Greenan continues to ease away. Connolly just gets away from Carl O'Brien on the way up the hill there. Nothing Carl O'Brien can do about it. He's quick through this, O'Brien, though. But certainly, oh, Connolly, just a lovely drift as he got the power on there. He really is getting to grips with this car, driving it beautifully and just streaking away there on the back straight. Interesting to see what lap times he can get down to. Nobody really has got near Tony Greenan for a while in Boss Ireland. But Michael Connolly looking very strong here once he's got by that car of Carl O'Brien. Michael Connolly going nicely in 2nd place. Just a 10th off Greenan in the 2nd sector. So he has got pretty good pace. O'Brien is very quick on the brakes here. He's late and he gets on the power and gets a great run on the way out here. That's as close as he gets, I think, for the lap. 34.9 for the leader. 37 dead for Connolly. 37.7 for O'Brien. Greenan out front. Connolly on a move here. He's got past Carl O'Brien up to second place. O'Brien hanging on well though, isn't he? And considering how big that gap, how much that gap opens up at the end of the back straight to 7A and B, he chips away at it for the rest of the lap. Here he is again. He's back within 3 or 4 lengths. He gets a good run out of here. But just as soon as they get on the power up here, the bigger machine just opens the taps. Michael Connolly's very good through this next corner. Saw the car moving around a bit under him here as he got in the power. See he's doing it again there as he stands on the loud pedal. And it's just so quick down this back straight. Look at that, visibly opening. Just see you later. But then O'Brien comes back on the brakes down here, trying to close that gap down, which he does through 7A, 7B. Again, he gets a great run up there. I was saying that earlier. I was watching him down there on Friday testing. He's very quick through that complex. Carl O'Brien really does. He's right on top of that car. He's quick through Bahrain's Benz here as well. A little bit of opposite lock there. He's really trying hard to stay in touch with the bigger car, Michael Connolly. Great scrap between these two. Through the long left-hander, short straight down to Nordic corner now. Nordic Spirit. He's close enough to have a go here, and that's what he does. Down the inside goes Carl O'Brien. It's opportunistic. Surely get eaten up on the straight, but it's still worth having a go. This is great stuff from O'Brien. And Connolly just puts on the indicator, pulls out and blasts past him, but O'Brien is not going to give this one away without a fight. This is intriguing, isn't it? The cars are so much different in performance at different stages of the circuit. Certainly on the back straight, that bigger car just drives away, but the F3 car more nimble. Carl O'Brien right on top of it as they come through Campion corner and head towards turn 3, and again the bigger car, the World Series machine, just eases away, but through the first apex, the F3 car is right on its tail again, right under the back wing. They both get on the power early. The back of the cars move around a little bit as they apply a bit of opposite lock and rocket back up that hill. And into the long left-hander. Again, O'Brien is very quick through here, but just watch the gap open on the exit of this next corner. It's almost cartoon-like the way he just drives away. Still pretty close here, but just from here on all the way down that back straight, look at that gap just opening. Oh, you can't even fit them all in put them both in one shot now as they come down until they get to the braking area, and Carl O'Brien gets right up there again. Just 19 seconds to go on this one. This could be the last lap here. I don't know which of those two is going to make it to the last lap. O'Brien will surely take a stab into the final corner again. If there's a chance, he's very quick through Bahrain's Benz. He's close enough to have a go here almost. Connolly closes the door early in case that happens. Here's our leader. It's going to be a double win for Tony Green, and he really is dominating the Connolly's Top Line Boss Ireland Championship this year. Great stuff from the Northern Ireland driver. Tony Green takes the win. Well ahead, but these two have scrapped almightily, and this time Connolly knows the story. He keeps the door firmly closed. O'Brien tries to get a run on him, but he won't have the brake horsepower. He's still right under the back wing. Great scrap from those two. Michael Connolly takes second. Carl O'Brien takes third. Noel Robinson not too far away in fourth place, and there's only a couple of runners left, I think. Yeah, Martin Daly must be in trouble there. Kaylee Cole down the inside, that is. Martin should be able to come back at her on the brake, on the power on the straight, but door closed. She just gets the better of him there. I don't think Martin Daly, after that first lockup, perhaps he might have been in bother there, but that was an opportunistic manoeuvre. Kaylee Cole down the inside. So just 7 finishers in that race. There you go. Tony Greenan takes the win. Michael Connolly second. Carl O'Brien, Noel Robinson, Kaylee Cole, Martin Daly and Daniel Fardy. Mark Reed didn't rejoin, and Michael Roach, the cause of that safety car mid-race. So we're going racing again straight away with Irish Legends for their final race and our final race of the weekend here on the live coverage. So Legends have been fantastic all weekend, as they always are. Always a little bit of entertainment. So let's see who's on pole position for this one. It is Seamus Ryan. So the boss cars still coming back in. Some of them do a cool down lap. Very much the real deal in terms of racing cars, and they just scoot around, get the engines and tires back to temperature, come back into the pit lane, and Legends will be ready to go. They are in the pit lane already. Irish legends. So Legends being released now out of the pit lane. Sun is shining here at Mondello Park for the Infinite Energy ICCR final race of round 3. Safety car leading them around, lights flashing on the roof. There's our grid. Let's have a look at the grid. Seamus Ryan, I think, is going to start from pole, perhaps. Seamus Ryan on pole, Willie Lawrence alongside, then Richard Spence and Derek Hogan. That's the front 2 rows. Then Sylvie Bartlett and Michael Barrable, Scott Jackson and Evan Curran. Evan Curran won this last race. Then Lee Malone, watch out for him, and Dennis Og Lambert. Lights on red, ready for them to come around. It's a rolling start, remember, so 1 full lap of the international circuit for these motorbike 1200cc motorbike engine cars. Replica 1930s bodies, either a coupe or a saloon bodies, but the saloon one tends to look a little bit like vans. They don't have back windows or spaces where the windows would be cutouts. So anyone that drives these cars tends to fall in love with them. They're very popular. Paul O'Brien, POB Motorsport, is the man to talk to if you want to go racing them. POB Racing, I should say. He's got a great team of guys there, and they work really hard on these cars. He does rental drives, he'll sell you a car, whatever you need to do. Well, I'm just looking out the window, and even though my pole sheet says number 4, Seamus Ryan on pole position, I can see the car on the trailer. And I'm getting away from Seamus. You're definitely not racing in this one then, no. So that's a shame. The Ryan's automotive car won't be out of this race. Should have started from pole position. Always a good performer, and would have surely been in with a shout. So some sort of a problem, unusual for the Legends. They tend to be quite reliable. So he's going to watch this one from the comfort of the paddock, which is a hard thing to do when you came down to race. But Seamus Ryan isn't there, so Willie Lawrence will be on front row on his own. Richard Spence and Derek Hogan will be on row 2. Lights are off on the BMW Ireland safety car. Just a 10-minute race, this one. They have short races, but they have more races than the other classes. There's the BMW peeling off. Declan Nolan, our safety car driver for the weekend. All alone on the front row, 77, Willie Lawrence. He's a quick man, he's had a few wins. I think he won one yesterday, did he? He only won a race last year when he was a rookie. The bright blue car leads them down. Michael Barrable and Sylvie Bartlett on row 3. A lot of quick drivers in this. Here they come, holding the centre of the road there, 77. Derek Hogan gets a good run. Heading down towards turn 1. The pole man hangs on to it. Derek Hogan has a go down the outside on the brakes. The pink car can't quite sit around the outside though. No, and it is Willie Lawrence who leads them to Campion Corner. Evan Curran up to 3rd place. Barrable in 4th place. Lee Malone, I think it is next up, having a go at Barrable already as they exit Campion and head for turn 3. Evan Curran from way back is up to 3rd place and having a look at Derek Hogan for 2nd. He's down the inside and he takes that 2nd place away and bounces up over the curb. An armful of opposite lock as Barrable goes off on the outside, kicking up a little bit of dust and grass there. But it's been a great first half lap for Willie Lawrence. He's got a big gap there. Certainly Evan Curran on a charge here, buoyed by his win earlier on, no doubt. Sylvie Bartlett, I think, dropped back a little bit on that one. Just got boxed out down into turn 1 as they head up towards Lola Corner. The long right-hander. And now I think, is that Lee Malone? It is Lee Malone all the way from the back, and he's just got up to 3rd place past Derek Hogan. Now Barrable looking at Hogan down the inside on the brakes, and he gets the job done. Late braking stuff from Michael Barrable there. Derek Hogan using the head, tucking in behind him instead of trying to sit around the outside. You could lose 2 or 3 places if you try and sit around the outside of someone on a double right-hander. Oh, sideways and sideways again, both directions from Seamus Ryan. That'd be what you would call a superb tradition if it were, or transition if it was drifting. He was sideways through the left and immediately sideways again through the right, but held onto it beautifully. An insane transition is what they say in drifting circles. But great stuff. Didn't cost him any time. He's still leading and still leading well. Evan Curran next up, then Liam Malone. Something happening in the background, a little bit of dust being kicked up. There's a few cars weaving around. There might have been some contact there. One car going very slowly. First 3 not going very slowly as they come out onto the main straight. It's 77. It's 2-4-1. It's 13. That's Lawrence, Curran, Malone, Barrable right with them too. A little bit of a gap back to Hogan, Bartlett, Jackson, Dennis, Oak, Lambert. And 66 that was Spence. I think there was a little bit of contact there, perhaps. He's going slowly across the start-finish line. But the gap just 0.7 of a second between Lawrence and Curran now. You don't need a stopwatch for that. We can see them on screen. First 3 cars equidistant as they head down to turn 3. Malone very late in the brakes. Going into the S's now. 7 minutes to go. 7.5. Willie Lawrence going nicely. Perhaps is he being caught? There's not much in it really at all between any and Barrable's car. A little bit smoky there as he came out of Bridgestone corner. And Derek Hogan in the Pink Panther. Nobody touching him. He's a lonely drive so far. Sylvie Bartlett trying to get on terms with him. So on lap 2 now of the international circuit for the final race of the weekend. And this time it's the second place man who hangs the tail out. It's Evan Curran, but he's definitely closer than he was. It was 0.7 of a second. I think he's closer than that now and gets closer again on the brakes. But a big sideways drift for him. Michael Barrable's improved his car slightly, it looks like, from the races before. He's still in touch there in 4th place. And again, sideways, sideways, sideways for Evan Curran. Doesn't slow him though, just an armful of opposite lock keeps it pinned. Car very smoky on the overrun though. Gets back on the power coming out onto the main straight. The first 3 are definitely closer than they were last time round. Who's going to be fastest lap? It's going to be Curran or Malone? It's going to be Curran. Oh no, it's not. Michael Barrable has just gone faster than them all. Michael Barrable 58.1, 58.5 for the leader, 58.3 for Curran, 58.3 for Malone, 58.1 for Michael Barrable. Didn't look like he was catching them, but he is. So Michael Barrable did say that Peter and Michael Barrable would no doubt be adjusting that car and trying to improve it. They're very good at doing that. And they've obviously improved the car a lot since the earlier races this weekend. Michael hasn't had a great weekend by his standards, but if he gets up to them, he'll be looking to challenge. Here they come down into the S's. Willie Lawrence, Evan Curran, Lee Malone, absolutely together, almost bumper to bumper. Curran definitely just inching up there, isn't he? The first 3 together. In fact, there's a car going slowly. That's 66. Is that 66 that was in the gravel a couple of laps ago? Richard Spence, it is. He's. I thought he had parked it in the gravel down the turn. He's obviously extracted it, and he's now up there, and it looks like a challenge for the lead. Down the inside with that tighter line off Lola corner. Can he get it done on the brakes? He can get it done on the brakes. Down the inside goes Evan Curran. Willie Lawrence slots in behind him. Tries to get him back at 7B. Doesn't quite manage it. This is exactly what Michael Barrable wants to see. He'd love the boys to be scrapping in front so we can get up to them, and that's what's happening. This 3-car battle could turn into a 4-car battle very soon with 4.5 minutes to go. All bouncing around a bit. This time it's Michael Barrable who gets a little bit sideways as he chucks the car into Bahrain's Benz. Evan Curran leading this one now. Willie Lawrence dropping back into the clutches of Lee Malone. Then it's Michael Barrable. Big gap back after that. Barrable lost a bit of time out on the international loop just there through the last few corners. He was almost right with them down at 7A and B. And this time the leader has to defend as Willie Lawrence thinks about having to go back at him. They're all squatting at the rear and just drifting the back around when they get on the power. Oh, Curran having to close the door there as Lawrence has a look down the inside. Malone holding a watching brief. Michael Barable again faster than the cars in front, faster than all three in front, but there must be certain places where he's way quicker, because he certainly lost out on the international loop. I felt the last time he was right with them. He's closing up to them again here, but certainly when they came off the international loop he had dropped back a little bit, but around the track it's working. He's the only one in the 59s last time round. Sorry, no, he's not. He's 59.5, Curran at 59.8, everybody else over 2 minutes. Lee Malone now drifting it out, as is Barable, right out every inch of the tarmac and a little bit of curb as well. Barable using his familiar blue and yellow MB Motors colours. Oh, now Bartlett's caught Hogan a good scrap there for fifth place I should say, behind them. So let's keep an eye on this now, see where Barable, where he gets close or where he falls back if he does. First two have made a bit of a break now, and this time it's Evan Curran having to defend. Willie Lawrence having a sniff down the outside. Back on it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this, they're almost together. That's as close as Barable gets, I think. The drag up the hill now. Let's see how he gets on through Bahrain's Bends. Yeah, he's very sideways through the first bit. I think that might cost him time, you know. That's what happened last time round as well. Evan Curran being let off the hook now because Lee Malone is attacking Willie Lawrence. Yeah, Barable perhaps a bit closer this time around. This could be a fastest lap for him. Side by side for second place. He'll love that. That'll slow them both down a little bit. Should allow him to get right up to them. A good exit for Barable there. A little bit of opposite lock. And the first four almost together, but Evan Curran with a little gap out front. Yeah, Barable 58.3. Quicker than them all again. Not as fast as lap. Barable has fastest lap still from lap 2, 58.1, but at 58.3 that time round. 59 dead for the leader, 59.3 for Willie Lawrence, 58.9 for Lee Malone. So Barable has managed to get right up there. Still 1 minute 36 to go, touch and go. This could be the last lap. I think they'll probably get another lap actually. Oh, nicely held there, but opposite lock for Evan Curran. He managed to get this car out of shape, but doesn't really scrub off that much speed. A lot of cars like that, if you got opposite lock, you'd be left standing by the cars behind you, but he carries the speed beautifully, even when he gets it out of shape. Evan Curran. Right out onto that white line at the exit, trying really hard. And now it's changed again because Lawrence has shaken off the battle behind us. Barable gets alongside Lee Malone. And Willie Lawrence all of a sudden is on the attack for the lead again. And that's still 66 Richard Spence, going very slowly on the run up the hill, but he's staying out of everybody's way as Lawrence piles the pressure on. It's become two battles of two now. Lawrence down the outside on the brakes. Tucks back in behind him. Same with Michael Barable. Barable happy to sit around the outside of 7A. Looking to get a better run out of 7B. They come back towards us. So Lee Malone going from being the hunter to the hunted in this one, inside half a lap. They're all pretty tidy through there again. 31 seconds to go. As we said, they may get one more racing lap after this. Evan Curran has got away just a little bit, and it's Malone has got away from Barable again, and it's been getting to sniff around the back of Willie Lawrence's car. So Willie Lawrence doesn't know whether to attack or defend. Here they come up towards the final corner. 13 seconds to go. The checkered flag is prepared below me, but I think they might get here. No, I don't think they will actually. Is there going to be checkered flag? Let's wait and see. No, there isn't. We're going to have another lap of racing. Fantastic. The last lap of the last race of day 2 of the Infinite Energy ICCR. We're broadcast live here thanks to the Beacon Hospital. They stream through turn 1 to Campion Corner as one. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars absolutely together. They've left everybody else way behind. Bumper to bumper now. Last lap challenge from Willie Lawrence. He looks pretty determined here. Makes the leader defend and then flicks it out to the outside to go high and wide. What he's looking for is a better line through Lola corner to get that run onto the back straight. But Curran carrying speed is his middle name, I think, and he does that here and hangs on out front. Oh, they're all having a go. It could be anyone. 4 cars going for the lead now as they head down into 7A and B, and Willie Lawrence looks down the inside. It gets covered. He makes contact with the back bumper. He goes around. Oh, Barnable lucky not to collect him there. That's such a shame. That was just they were all moving under the braking there, weren't they? It was a big lunge down the inside for Willie Lawrence. Curran covered it. Lawrence tried to get out of it. He made contact. That unsettled his car and sent him into a spin, and Curran celebrating with a big drift early. It's a little bit too early to celebrate. Great stuff from 241 here. Lee Malone having a go, high and wide, trying to get back turned in. That cost Barnable a little bit of time. He's probably out of it here. It's going to be between these first two, surely, for the last win of the weekend. Great entertainment from Legends, as we've come to expect. Look at this, they are welded together coming up to the final corner. Lee Malone down the outside, gets level with him on the brakes at Southside Motor Factors, looking for a switchback, then tries to go around the outside to carry the speed. It's going to be a drag race to the line, and I think for the double it's going to be Curran. Fantastic drive by him, and also by the others in that one. That's really good racing. Evan Curran takes the win. Brilliant stuff from Irish Legends, absolutely fantastic. I think that's Willie Lawrence. It is, he recovered, kept fourth place despite the spin. That's how far those first four were away. Bartlett just getting one over on Derek Hogan there. So let's have a look at the results. Well, there we go, ladies and gents. That's the end of round 3 of the Infinite Energy ICCR at Mondello Park. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. It's given us great entertainment. Certainly everybody involved, really, really good stuff. The Irish classes performed well. Great to have the Monopostos over. What a weekend for Leastone Racing. 1-2 in that class, and Mark Reid being a star in the first Formula Boss Ireland race as well. The saloon classes were brilliant. Drew Furlong has been a great addition to the ICCR, and he's brought in a new driver's briefing with a lot of video element and explanation of what you can and can't do on track, and I personally believe that's made a great difference. We're seeing a lot of drivers giving racing room, which is not something you see very often historically in saloon car racing, and it makes it so entertaining to watch. We didn't manage to stream the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis. I think we probably will at the next race meeting. We'll have a chat about that during the week, because they were absolutely brilliant. 16 of them, potential having 20 of them before the end of the season. The Siltec Safety Zetecs as ever, fantastic, great racing in STs, say it Supercups, all the classes that were racing this weekend, absolutely fantastic. If you want to go racing, ICCR.ie, just click find more or click go racing. It'll give you all the info you need to do, all the things you need to do. You can contact the classes, you can apply for your starter pack before you get your license. If you want to drive around Mondello Park, mondellopark.ie. Come down here and drive BMW M cars like the M2 you saw today, the safety car. We've got a fleet of Porsches, single-seaters, many cars. Early drive if you're under 17. You can do the electrified by Opel early drive. Something to do for everybody down here at Mondello Park. We'll be back next month. The ICCR goes on holidays to Anglesey, I should say, in Wales. So everyone looking forward to that. It's like a holiday for everybody involved. We'll be back here with the Leinster Trophy meeting, famous Leinster Trophy meeting in September, and back here again in October. So ICCR.ie. Thanks very much to all the organisers, to Clerk at the Corsi and Beatty, Drew Furlong, all his team, to the See It Live team who did a great job today. They're always experimenting, always trying stuff, and those onboard cameras are absolutely brilliant. To sit on board with Michael Cullen and see what it feels like to win a race and cross the line at Mondello Park was absolutely fantastic. And I know they're working behind the scenes. I probably shouldn't be saying it, but I will, to get a bit of communication going, like the Australian touring cars many years ago, where in commentary I'll be able to converse with some of the drivers mid-race, which should give us great entertainment. So thanks very much to those guys, to everybody else involved, of course to our wonderful marshals and rescue here at Mondello Park. They worked hard all weekend, they did a great job. So motor racing looking quite strong at Mondello, which is what the ICCR was set up for. So ICCR.ie, and you'll get all the results on timing.ie for the races this weekend at Mondello Park. So until the next time, bye-bye from us at Mondello Park.
Square left onto loop. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Go again. Go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, come on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.